Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Sultans of Shadilay podcast. I'm Bezek, as always, and I am joined by Trim and Second Plague, our friend from Texas, the only one of us in a free country.
Oh, it gets narrower. It gets narrower than that. I'm in a free state in a free country.
Lucky bastard. Okay.
We might have a lot of taxes, but we're still free. We got common sense in this country, remember?
Yep, so before we get into the Light of Cedars after show you do, Hickey, firstly, and then before we get into how Australia is now a failed state and we would like America to invade and bring democracy.
Do you have oil, though?
We have uranium.
Oh.
And diamonds. So, Trim has done a super ultra sexy drawing that is now available on our merch store, spring.sultansofshadilay.com. So, if you would like some super ultra sexy stuff,
go buy.
You can, go buy. Give money.
Yes. Also, remember to use code word CHIPPER for that sexy 20% off. And we all know what kind of chipper it is, guys. We all do.
Yes, but we disavow, just in case. Because, yeah, wow. I don't want us to get yeeted.
Well, true.
I want
it's
the
a
money.
chipper of friendship and love, of course.
Chipper
tolerance
of peace.
and diversity.
Chipper
Yes.
of peace.
I mean, technically, chippers do cause diversity because there's a diversity in human parts and pieces.
Oh dear. Okay. Holy crap, there's a lot of stuff to go through today. So, I mean, yeah. Trim, how is the dog whistle design coming along?
Haven't been working too much on it. I'm just trying to figure out how to do it properly. I mean, it's just going to be a whistle with a with a sound ribbon on it. I'm just trying to figure out how to do it properly.
Well, I mean, what you've got so far is pretty good.
Yeah. It's going to be a pretty simple design, actually, so I'll be done with it right quick. I just need to let my pad charge up. Who's the guy who gave us the quote again? Thank you for that guy.
The what? No, I think that's just a common thing that people on the right say when lefties are like, "It's a dog whistle."
It's a good one.
I think it was actually Robert Longshore who gave us the idea.
No, the most absurd one to me was like, I want to say it was like George Floyd's death or something. I don't know. Somebody, or no, it might have been like a mass shoot. I don't know. Somebody died or something, and it, in the press at least, had something to do with racism. And Trump was like, "On August 8th, we will fly the flag at half-mast." And like some dipshits in the press were like, "August 8th, 8-8. H is the 8th letter of the alphabet. 8-8. HH. Hail Hitler." It's a dog whistle. Like,
Jesus Christ, it's like the devil is in the monster can.
That's some proper numerology bullcrap, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Like, Alex Jones is looking at that like, what the hell are you guys talking about?
Yeah, that's even too far for Alex Jones.
Yeah.
Because Alex Jones works in future proofs, in future truths.
Alex Jones is a prophet, not a madman.
Mm-hmm. Magical.
They called me a madman, but what I had foreseen came to pass.
Okay, who was that again?
Thanos.
Oh yeah, I couldn't tell if you did. You did your Saruman voice, and then it's like with the Thanos quote, it's like, what the fuck is going on?
That is not my Saruman voice.
Kind of sounded like it.
No.
Ah, sorry, I'm just a little bit tired because of work days thing. I'm really getting close to the whole bedtime thing because when you gotta get up late in the morning, yeah, it's still late when I get up. So yeah.
Alright. So let's get into it. Did you guys get the chance to see the Load Seeders?
Yes, I did.
How about you, so?
I
was
woke
fun.
up like 5 minutes before we went live, so no.
Oh, so it'll all be fresh for you. Okay, so.
Wunderschön.
It'll be like a new, fresh face. So fresh.
Yeah.
No face.
So, of course, OK Cupid are being disgusting freaks on New York City subways. So in comparison to when the illustrious London mayor banned attractive people on advertisements, they've decided to get super ultra sick and disgusting.
Oiled is here.
Ah, g'day, Oil.
How vibrant.
Hello, gentlemen.
Wasn't expecting to see you today, Oil. How's
you
the
in the-
Me's Up and
Well,
Cigars going?
Well,
Are you-
it's just me and Fractal at the minute. So basically, the Chad end of the Discord.
Oh my god, that's so cringe.
Oh, did you just
Well,
see
I'm
it
actually
second?
doing work, so you know.
Yeah, yeah. What the fuck?
It's okay to choose Mr. Right based on how far he leans left. That's not even the worst one.
That's not a dog whistle. That's an air horn.
Yeah. So, let's see. Here we have another one. It's okay to choose to only date someone who is pro-choice. Oh god, that's not just cringe, it's bad English.
Yeah.
Jesus. And look at the illustrations of those people. It's like, Jesus.
Yep.
Even the special needs kid helmet just looks better.
Yep. It's okay to not
mean, you
date
can
a
see-
man
just
who
look
won't
at the-
vote for a woman, Trim.
Really?
Okay, that one is like the least offensive of the three. And for whatever reason, the drawing of the person on it looks like the least bad in comparison to the other two.
Yeah. Ah,
He looks like a less retarded Hassan Piker, honestly.
so good old Jonathan Crow replied back, and they wonder why relationships are falling apart in the West.
Yeah, but there's something kind of like disturbing about this to me. Like,
Oh,
yeah, like
it-
a lot of companies are dominated by like
it gets
left wing
so much worse.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, for me, like the disturbing here thing is they're just outright in their advertisement saying "fuck right wingers,"
Yeah.
and usually this shit is more subtle. I'm not gonna say subtle, but they don't just come out and say it in their ads.
At least they usually hide it behind a thinly veiled language.
Yeah, this is just like outright. So if this
Yeah.
becomes a new trend, then that is like bad for the social fabric of my country.
It is.
Well, though there was this chick though who ended up just tearing this shit
Oh,
down and
Trim.
started complaining about how it was just propaganda.
You spoiled it.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
we've
just
got
wanted
the
to make
video.
sure because he was
Oh,
getting too
God.
black-pilled. I didn't want him to get too black-pilled here.
Yeah. Well, here's one. It's okay to have strong convictions and abandon them for the night. No.
That's
What?
so bullshit. You're not supposed to abandon your convictions ever.
Yes, that's why they're
Fucking-
convictions.
I mean, they can change over time, sure, but you're not just going to be like, I am standing for this, but just because of this one thing, I'm going to throw them away for just pointless sex. Glorious.
Yeah,
glorious.
and I mean, like, at least that one, you know, in comparison to the other ones, at least that one makes like more sense for like a dating hookup app to try and push. It's still like gross, but at least it's like kind of on theme.
Yeah, at least it's on brand. On shitty brand,
Yeah.
but
Doesn't
more
make it any
degeneracy,
better, but
it's disgusting. So,
But right, you're right. We need standards.
yeah. Fortunately, though,
but the left don't
some
have that.
absolute shad of a woman started ripping him down.
And the best part is, and the best part is, she was actually stating right out that it's all propaganda for children, right? And everyone in the car is like, yeah, this is bullshit. Yeah, just tear it away. Go on with it.
No,
They didn't even fight her.
It's wrong.
This is propaganda.
Yeah.
This is
Normalizing.
affecting
Yeah.
the next generation.
I like this chick.
Yeah.
Ned Jeffrey makes a good point. They make their money off people's poor life decisions.
told them not-
Of course,
not
they
to
would
get, not
advocate
to
for
get
having no
upset.
standards.
Wear the mask. We're going over there. Let's
Right.
go to the back.
Hey, I mean,
serious.
at least they're not Ashley fucking Madison.
We're in the worst, actually.
You guys know what
It's
Ashley
it's
Look at
okay
that.
to not date someone who wouldn't vote for Republicans. See how it's like that.
That's pretty good.
That's
You know,
also a lot
I'll
of
say
reasons.
that's still not as bad as like Ashley Madison, like a dating hookup site that literally exists for people like
Oh,
cheating on
she
their
gets some
spouses.
friends to rip it down too.
Yes.
Love it. People shouldn't handle this kind of bullshit anyway.
Yeah, what
I like it when
absolute
people
fucking
just-
legend.
That's teamwork right there. That's
Yep.
teamwork. Oh.
Here's some of the other
Yeah,
disgusting
midpoint
fucking
mindset.
images.
I'd love to see that ad. You
There's
know
a-
what else it would be a good ad? It's okay not to date someone who would be okay killing their own child in the womb.
I was
They
going.
have
I
one
was
that
going to
is about
say
pro-choice.
that sounds.
Wait,
utterly-
go back to the last one. What the fuck?
Yeah,
What is wrong with that person's finger?
lesbianism.
No,
Licking
I
the
mean,
bean
like,
too much?
what the fuck is that finger? That's like some like fucking witch doctor shit. Like,
Yeah,
what the
that
fuck?
is really, really bad Photoshop.
I just think that either she has a fucked up long finger or there's a portal on the end of the apple.
Yeah.
Yeah. Though
How
about
people
a-
react on the apple, but if you go back to the other picture with the tongue thing,
Well, I think
That's
we've
really
got that in
disturbing.
better quality. This is the least objectionable one of the ads for every single person.
I actually kind of like that one. That's a good pun.
Yeah, exactly. In abstract, away from all the other disgusting shit, that's actually a fucking good ad. Because using two definitions, that's good. Some good wordplay. Unfortunately, they're disgusting fucking animals.
Vesp. Good shortening too. Vesp. Remind me to make something out of that one.
Here we go. It's for OkCupid for every single submissive. And of course, it's a white person being walked all over by a black person. For every single introvert. For every single non-monogamous. Every single vaxxer.
vaccine.
Oh god, that's just a disgusting Photoshop.
Please tell me that the one in the yellow shirt is a man on his knees and not a kid.
I think it's a man on its knees.
Of course, it's a man on his knees. It wouldn't be the woman on her knees.
Ooh.
Wait, does he have dark skin?
Maybe, but it's hard to
Should-
tell if it's dark skin or just tanned and bad
Yeah.
lighting.
Non-monogamous.
How's your Christian values reacting
wait.
to that one?
Very badly, but what the fuck is that girl in the blue shirt and the non-monogamous one doing? Like, she's not sucking anything. She's just like,
hold on a
is she
second.
passed out?
Whose fucking legs are those?
It's the one in the blue shirt.
No, but oh,
She
okay.
just
There's
she like
there's a
crawled between them.
there's another person behind the black woman.
Shit, I just saw that.
Because it was like, who
What
the
about the
fuck do
black
the
hand
green
behind the
shoes
dude with
belong
the
to?
blonde dude? Well, what about the black hand that grows out of the
Yeah,
blonde
where the
dude's-
fuck?
What the fuck is this amalgamation?
Yeah, whose
This is the
hand
thing.
is that?
This is like the gay John Carpenter's The Thing. LGBT version. Also orgy party, right, Duffy?
Now, see, the every single
Well, you know,
introvert
there
one isn't bad, and like as who is it? As Ned Jeffrey says, he's licking abs. I mean, yeah, okay, I could get behind that.
Though the one thing though, for every single vaxxer, just whose tongue is that, and why is it like that?
Again,
I mean, I'm just
really
gonna
bad
go back to-
Photoshop, and of course, it's got to be a white person and a black person.
I was gonna say something, and I'm not gonna do it because
They
we all
need to
know that
do-
Susan
they
would
need to
strike
do
us
it
down.
Add with ice cream. Because there's a lot of different flavors to sexuality.
I first thought it was chewing gum, and now that I see the context of the tongue, it just no.
They've literally
Jesus, it
made it
looks
the
like-
same tongue. It's wrong on so
Yeah.
many levels.
It looks like half-rotted entrails. I'm just gonna say it. It looks like half-rotted entrails. They're like what's the one about the two dogs, the Disney movie?
What?
Lady och Landstrykkern.
Oh,
Lady and
What's
the
English
Tramp.
name for it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lady and the Tramp. Basically, they're doing a Lady and the Tramp, but instead of with spaghetti, they are using rotted human entrails.
Yeah, possibly.
Well, this became more gruesome. At least that's better.
Is it?
Is that black lady in the non-monogamous thing related to Slenderman or something?
Possibly. No, wait, I think we can see her wrist. Where is the black person that arm belongs to?
Maybe she detached her arm and attached it to his back. Human sexipede. Yeah, right.
I also want to know what the woman in the blue shirt is doing. She's not like.
I think she's unironically dead.
Necrophilia.
How vibrant.
I found the meme. Behold our newest ad campaign. Are you sure this will help us sell more burgers? Burgers?
Oh god, I remember that ad campaign for the fucking, like, what were they? Those, like, chocolate eggs with, like, cream in them?
Oh god.
Is that the one where like they're fucking each
You
other?
know what I'm talking about, yeah.
Due to buffering, Mythos is watching in 144p, so he can see like 3 pixels. Lucky bastard. Oh yeah, Cadbury.
At
Thanks,
least
Stuffy
he
B.
is disturbed.
The Cadbury cream eggs. That's what it
Cadbury
was.
is.
Yeah, yeah.
Ugh, that shit's disgusting.
Well,
Jesus Christ.
Mythos, if you've watched PewDiePie for any period of time, at least you'll be used to low camera quality.
Ooh. How does the richest
is-
YouTuber alive have shit camera quality?
He finally
think
got a
it's
better
just part of
camera
his
because
thing.
he was tired. No, he finally got a better camera because he was tired of that joke being made constantly on his subreddit.
See, bullying works, guys.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, dear.
Oh man.
And of course, they've got video ads for it.
Ooh, a pretty
What?
racy campaign ad on CTA that started this week. 2 of the ads. Yes, you are sexier if you're vaccinated. Ugh.
I'm just going to remain unvaxxed because I don't want to be sexy to people like that.
Well, I'm going to remain unvaxxed because I'm a male under 40 and I don't want to die of heart failure.
True. I'm kind of into that idea as well.
Huh.
I mean, in Minecraft, because Susan, we cannot say the untruth truth, or lying eyes and ears and all that.
Here's some of the other ads that are being run.
I like how the Statue of Liberty has a... What the fuck are the pansexuals doing?
I think they're both blowing up bubblegum?
Each other?
Yes.
Why are they both Asians? Or is my screen just fucked?
It's to, suck in the K-pop people.
I don't think they're
Oh,
actually real
God.
humans.
I think
Ugh,
I think
man.
the idea is that they're gender is supposed to be ambiguous or something.
Yeah, because all pansexuals are genderqueer somethings.
Pretty much.
Genderqueer trans Islamic women of color.
Is
Ew.
that the Witch King of Angmar?
Yes.
No, it's your Statue of Liberty.
It's the Statue of Liberty after it's been defiled by Islamo-leftists.
I mean, just look, the torch is gone. They
Well-
can't handle the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well-
It's more like the Witch King of Angmar.
Mm.
The Witch King of
Well,
Angmar has
I'm
standards.
I'm
You wouldn't
surprised
see
New
him
York
do that.
hasn't taken the Statue of Liberty down. I mean, it is an attractive woman.
But it was a gift from the French.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they hate Islamo-leftism
and it
now,
has
remember?
and it has that one poem on it that every lefty loves to cite when it comes to immigration.
Oh, yeah, dear. So, going back to one of the articles, which Callum and Carl managed to fuck up, it's not the ACLU that fought this, because the ACLU was fucked in 2000 anyway. The New York Civil Liberties Union got the Metropolitan Transportation Authority to reverse a decision. At issue is an advertisement featuring a photograph of a crowded subway car with the headline, "With livestock, it's called animal cruelty. With people, it's called a morning commute."
I mean, true.
Yep.
I've been to the British tube once, and that was once too much for me. I mean, I've never been pressed up to that many people in my life.
Yep. And then they upseed and decide they'd allow political ads. In any war between the civilized man and the savage, support the civilized man. Support Israel, defeat jihad.
And of course, with a big racist above it.
Yep, or a different version has a hate speech stamp.
I mean, based, but okay.
Yep. And yeah, because they allowed political ads, they had to allow this one.
I mean, I'd rather take Jewish money than jihad any day of the week. I might not be very educated on either side, but I prefer the ones who do not end up blowing stuff up randomly. That'd be nice.
Well,
we have to side with the Taliban now to fight ISIS-K.
well, here's another
How
one.
about fuck all of those guys and just not support the
Oh my god.
Cheetos?
Yes, that's a real ad, and they had to put it up. Killing Jews is worship
What?
that draws us close to Allah. Hamas
What?
MTV.
Oh, wait.
Wow.
Okay.
Muslims and
so
Jews are fighting it out on ads. This is lovely. This is lovely.
And the Jews are winning.
Okay, I misunderstood that ad for a second. I didn't realize at first that was a quote. I thought it was like a Muslim call to action.
I mean, it
what
is.
are chances some of the Muslims took it as a call to action?
Well, I can't answer that because I'm looking to get hired, but just ask the AI from a few days ago.
I'm just saying, if the AI is like that, I welcome Skynet. As long as it's not Legion. Legion can suck a dick.
Yeah.
I tried to watch the latest Terminator movie, but no, just no.
Yeah, so after they were forced to run all these ads, they decided it was probably a good idea to ban all political ads. Because if you allow one, you've got to allow them all.
Right.
Meanwhile, over at the ACLU, they're trying to attach themselves to Ruth Bader Ginsburg's legacy by bastardizing a quote of hers. The decision whether or not to bear a child is central to a person's life, to their well-being and dignity. When the government controls that decision for people, they are being treated as less than a fully adult human responsible for their own choices. Raising women.
I was gonna say the quotes are pretty accurate. It's just that they've completely fucked up the pronouns.
What are the comments? I want to see the comments.
ACLU is carrying on. Let's have a look at the
Blah,
replies.
blah.
Here we go. Silky Carlo. Verified check mark. A
Wait,
Buddhist.
let's see if there are
and
pronouns in the bio.
No
No
pronouns in the bio. There we go. She says, it is, but did you just censor the word woman and make RBG say something she didn't say? I don't think this advances rights in the way you think it does. And then she posted the real quote. The decision whether or not to bear a child is central to a woman's life, to her well-being and dignity. It is a decision she must make for herself.
That's a chick who just died and the left decided to use her corpse to be really pushing their own agenda, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Well, it's kind
on
of
her
funny.
deathbed, she literally said, "Let not Trump choose another guy."
Yeah, well, it's kind of funny actually because the Democrats got mad about that, but they're the ones who changed the voting standards in the Senate for appointing a justice. And I think it was McConnell who was like, "Yeah, this is gonna bite you in the ass later." And then Trump appoints 3.
But since when has the lefties ever done something in long-term thought process? Everything is pretty fucking just as a reaction to anything. I think the longest term they could think is maybe 2 months.
Let's not wait. Go there. I saw a good one.
Which one did you see? Oh, how about, and let's not forget the immortal words of Emmeline Pankhurst. Votes for people.
Yeah,
And-
that's the one.
And JFK's immortal words: "Ask not what your geographic location can do for you. Ask what you can do for your geographic location."
That was beautiful. They're just getting clowned. The American people are tired of people. Bernie Sanders.
I mean, true.
Yep. Oh dear.
So it's not just American people at this point, believe me.
Yeah. So that same MTA that we've been talking about earlier.
Wait, go. What are some of those sex toys? Like, what am I
I
looking
don't
at?
fucking know.
Like,
I don't know.
Are those some kind of... What are those things beside the cactus penis?
I don't fucking know.
Why is it a cactus penis for sex toys commercial?
yeah, you'd think that would be the last thing you'd want a penis to be made out of.
You'd think so.
It's the last thing you want to touch or shove it, have something shoved in with. It's just fucking
Exactly. Women whine if you don't trim your fingernails. They don't want a cactus penis.
I mean, I've seen commercials for like let's say manscaping. It's not the company, I think, but it's like shaving for the nether regions. And I think the image was a dude walking with a cactus, or either 3 cactuses.
Oh, that just sounds awful.
That's fun.
Actually, that sounds kind of funny.
Yeah,
It was funny.
it was.
Yeah,
It
well,
had a
it
chick-
makes sense
it had a
in that
chick screaming
context.
away and running from him.
No, it makes sense in that context, right? Because it's like manscape. Otherwise, it's really uncomfortable, like a cactus. Like that makes sense. Like, hey, ladies, how do you like this cactus penis? It's like it makes a lot less sense.
Yeah.
Looks like you have a cactus penis.
Oh dear. Fucking cactus penis.
I'm a fucking child.
Yeah.
I'm the
What?
oldest one here, and I'm the one acting most like a child. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So, to move rapidly on, because we've got a lot of shit to get through today. Second, are you a fan of pre-modern Star Wars?
Huh? Yes.
Cool.
Very
Did
much.
you know that the term Jedi is problematic for describing programs that promote justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion?
Die.
What?
They're meant to be heroes
Why?
within the Star Wars universe, but the Jedi are inappropriate symbols for justice work. The acronym Jedi has become a popular term for branding academic committees and labeling STEM, STEMM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and for some fucking reason, medicine, initiatives focusing on social justice issues.
You know, honestly,
This is the article
I'm
that
glad.
took the... Oh, sorry.
You know, I'm actually glad that they find Jedi inappropriate because I don't want social justice co-opting Jedi.
Yeah.
So
Right.
if they're
God.
eating
Sorry the
your
lag,
own-
guys.
So this is why they're a problem. They're a religious order of intergalactic police monks prone to white saviorism and toxically masculine approaches to conflict resolution. Violent duels with phallic lightsabers.
saviorism.
Yes.
They're fucking alien. Like the Grandmaster is a midget green alien.
That's racist.
Second in command is Samuel L. Jackson, of course.
Samuel L.
Yes.
motherfucker Jackson.
Samuel, like a black guy is like has the Master of the Order position.
Yeah.
The two highest ranked Jedi are a green midget and a black dude.
Yeah, but that's logic. And remember,
logic is scary.
we've moved on from black people and white people being distinguishable by the color of their skin. If a black person's successful, that makes them white.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and when you have a
And
purple
remember,
lightsaber,
these aren't my rules. So they're also an exclusionary cult, membership to which is partly predicated on the possession of heightened psychic and physical abilities. But they're also explained not merely in spiritual terms, but also in ableist and eugenic ones. These supernatural powers are naturalized as biological hereditary abilities, so it is that the force potential is framed as dynastic property of noble bloodlines, and force disparities are rendered innate physical properties, measurable via midichlorian counts.
Wait, what? Augmentable via human engineering?
Yes, apparently the force is a completely genetic thing, which you can just use stuff to get.
Well, it's also the weird thing because it's like really not eugenics at all, considering the Jedi aren't allowed to fuck.
They're allowed to fuck, they're just not allowed to marry.
No, I'm pretty sure they're not allowed to fuck, with the exception of Kiadi Mundi, because he has like a binary brain that can like shut that.
He's allowed to marry because of his species, but the Jedi are allowed to screw. They're just not allowed to make a emotional connection or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah,
they're not allowed to bond.
The whole thing's just
one night
stupid.
stands is popular.
Okay, well, regardless, either way, they're not allowed to have children.
True.
So, like, the idea of this being like eugenics is kind of ridiculous to me. It's almost like reverse eugenics, since the people with the force powers aren't allowed to have kids.
Also, isn't the whole force powers thing just a random coin toss?
There's a component to it that's random, and there's a component to it that's genetically inherited. Right. It's basically like being a wizard in Harry Potter, right? Like, you can, be born a wizard from non-magic parents, or like, if a parent has like magic powers and they produce a child, that child is almost always going to have magic powers, and it's very rare if they don't. That's kind of how it works in Star Wars as well.
One thing I really like about in a Star Wars thing is that they say the whole it defeats the kind of purely genetic part of the whole Force thing, because you remember when Grievous got turned into a cyborg, they infused him with a lot of the blood of Sifo-Dyas, a powerful Jedi. And he didn't get any sort of force sensitivity out of that. Yeah. Instead, he got a badass fucking cyborg body, which can outfight the most overpowered Jedi. Lovely.
Wait, who did he outfight?
Most of the Jedi who aren't in the screen.
Okay. I thought you were referring to someone specific.
I just can't get up any of the names. Again, brain.
He can outfight anyone who isn't protected by main character powers.
Yeah, I mean, I think the actual the two who he can't best, three he can't best is Yoda, Windu, and Obi-Wan, because Obi-Wan is his natural opposite, so he can't really defeat the guy, though he has almost won several times.
Obi-Wan is the Form 3 Surisu master of defense.
Yep. Man, I wish we could have more fights against with Kenobi against Grievous.
Okay.
I always love those episodes.
Moving away from nerding out.
Sorry.
Side note, we should do like a nerding out on Star Wars stream at some point.
Yes, we should.
I'm in.
So, the space opera franchise has been critiqued for trafficking in injustices such as sexism, racism, and ableism. For example, the so-called slave Leia costume, infamous for stripping down and shaming up the movie series' first leading woman as part of an Orientalist subplot. Star Wars arguably conflates alienness with non-whiteness, often seeming to rely on racist stereotypes when depicting non-human species.
Wait. Click on that. I think I know what they're talking about. Watto, the Nemoidians, right? Watto and the Nemoidians.
Yeah. This is what was it again? This is getting out of hand.
Oh, here we go.
That
Newt Gunray, the Viceroy of the Federation, seems based on Asian stereotypes. Watto, young slave Anakin Skywalker's sleazy owner, strikes some viewers as an offensive caricature of an Arab. In addition,
No, he's a Jew.
Juden.
He has like nose, and he's like, only money.
Yeah, but Jews are white, so it doesn't fit their narrative.
If he rubs his hands together, he's literally that drawing thing. Is that a Wojak? Anyway, he's a 4chan Jew meme.
Yeah. And of course, Jar Jar and the Gungans are apparently a caricature of a stereotypical African chieftain, the leader of the Gungans.
Really? They struck me more as Sami people. Whoops. Nah, I'm just kidding.
Anyway. Yeah, so that's that stupidity.
They talking about Jar Jar.
Yep. So, predetermined gene... So, they waffle on and complain that, it's predetermined by genetics. Yeah, it turns out that the potential for high intelligence lies in genetics. Oops.
Whoopsie daisy, who
I
saw
thought
this coming?
I thought we fucking knew that already.
Well, we did. Just like we know that people from sub-Saharan Africa are really, really good at running really fucking far.
And they can handle sunlight better than us people from the far, far north.
Yes, it's almost as if they evolved to be super effective. Well, it's almost as if they evolved to be as effective as possible in their environment.
Kind of weird that, huh?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's an incredible thing about the left, that they, like, think IQ is just, like, completely meaningless. Well, you know, IQ is as good of a psychometric parameter as any that exists in the field. It's not perfect, but, you know, it's pretty up there in psychometrics. It's the biggest predictor of long-term success.
Saying that when your main spokespeople are Vosh and Hassan Piker, it's proof that really intelligence isn't high on their priorities.
Yeah.
I mean, they even admit it themselves that they're fucking stupid. Kind of love their self-burn sometimes.
Did Vosh admit that he's a fucking idiot? I know Hassan did, but...
Well,
Vosh admits he's an idiot by just opening his fucking mouth.
Right.
He doesn't even need to do that. He just looks like an idiot.
That too.
Like, I think Vosh has, like... He's not, like, completely stupid. He might be, like, decently intelligent, but he's a complete fool, right?
Yeah.
Like, he lacks any sense of prudence.
Yeah. There was a potential for a human being there, but now it's just wood chipper fuel, in my opinion.
Yeah.
In Minecraft, guys, in Minecraft, or Terraria, or whatever game we use now.
So let's go with Minecraft. I'm unironically gonna, like torture Kamala Harris in, like, fire in Minecraft. Like, unironically. I'm gonna find a witch, name tag her Kamala Harris, trap her in a cage, and light the bottom of the cage on fire. Because she has fire resistance and healing potions, she'll just forever burn and never die from it.
Yeah, just make sure none
yeah,
of none of
you-
the
you
server
talk-
members
you
from
talk-
the UK are around, because that probably is a hate crime.
Yeah. And again,
I just
YouTube,
wanted to say that
like,
you
this
didn't
isn't-
want
this
to
isn't-
lose your chance to get a job. I think you
Yeah.
just lost your chance to get a job
No.
in half the country right now.
Okay, just to clarify, this isn't even the in Minecraft meme. This is unironically something I'm gonna do in Minecraft.
Oh dear. Duffy
It's
B
true.
has a good point. For a crowd that pounds evolution all the time, they also seem to deny it in ways worse than a creationist.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like, they fucking they harp on about it so much, but as soon as it comes to like the development of human psychology and personality and like sex differences in psychology, then suddenly they turn into like tabula rasa blank slatists.
Yeah, like they'll be, like it's the biggest criticism of like the social sciences. Like the liver can evolve, the heart can evolve, the leg can evolve, the tail can evolve, fins can evolve, but the brain, that can't evolve. It was magicked into existence in a puff of feminism.
I mean, I'm pretty sure at least a lot of creationists like aren't fucking tabula rasa. Like, I'm pretty sure a lot of creationists are like, no, like, men and women have different predilections.
Yes, like most
What
creationists will at least be
yeah.
like, men and women are different because God made them so. At least they can agree on that.
Well, that seems logical. What's
Yeah, and you'll
tabula
never
rasa again? I
catch one of
completely
them.
forgot.
You'll never catch one of them uttering the phrase, "It is a female penis."
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
I just hate that one. But what's tabula rasa again? I've completely forgotten what that means.
That's like a
Okay.
fancy word for blank slate.
Oh.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I learned something today.
Yeah.
Here's another.
And you know, I'll that is one thing that Locke got wrong, but I'll forgive him for that since he lived centuries ago. And like the modern day, if you're on that train, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah. Here's another example of it. Studies have found genetic variants that correlate with going further in school.
Unsub-
So yeah, unsurprisingly,
Surprised I am.
leftists don't understand science.
And yet they yell about the science every single day.
Yeah,
Funny.
exactly. Well, they don't yell about science; they yell about the science.
Yeah, didn't I say the science?
Yes, the
Yeah,
science.
you did. I'm just clarifying.
Oh, I didn't put
sci-
enough
yeah,
emphasis on
yes.
the, did I?
The
Which,
science.
yes,
Yeah.
which has nothing to do with science and is a fucking form of religion. Like, I think
man.
scientism is the worst religion we've ever come up with.
Yeah, it makes less sense than Scientology. I never thought it was
Okay,
going to
I
say
wouldn't
that.
go that far. I wouldn't go that far.
Makes less sense than Mormonism.
The fuck is that?
Okay, I can go along with that.
The
do you
fuck
know
is womanism?
Mormonism, you an illiterate
Oh,
Scandinavian?
Mormonism. I'm not illiterate. I have a shitty internet connection, and I'm on I'm in the middle of a fjord here.
He's on a boat, motherfucker. Don't you ever forget.
Fuck, Len, I'm on a boat. Man, there's a lot of waves here.
Dear. Yeah, Robert Longshore says the left conflate the argument that evolved genetic differences don't exist with evolved genetic differences don't matter in society to the individual.
Yeah, like, we don't fucking apportion human rights in society based on how smart you are, or how fast you can run, or how tall you are. Like, That's not exactly.
Human rights work.
No, but I also think more so than that, they need people to be like infinitely malleable for their ideology to work.
Yes, and it turns out that people are not infinitely malleable. You can't take a baby, raise them in the woods, and expect them to turn into a chipmunk.
Pikachu face.
Base Terry. Base Terry.
Yeah, stop clock.
Good one.
Okay.
What?
Now I was talking about Harry.
Yeah, he's right.
Right, so let's move on to how England has decided to ban democracy.
Yeah, that shit's kind of stupid, but, just going to say, this shit is so open for abuse. It's not even funny.
Yes,
Again, a dual-edged sword,
it takes
and they have weak arms.
It takes a special kind of idiot to think this won't be abused.
I hope it gets abused.
Yeah.
I hope it gets abused on them.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you know the guy holding us. This is basically a dude, tiny, weak dude holding a claymore, and then his opponent is this giant fucking bear of a guy who just pushes the sword against him. I
Oh,
do
gee.
hope so.
So clauses 26 and 27 of the bill say that if a person is motivated by hostility towards an elected politician, candidate, or campaigner when committing one of a long list of offences, then the court must disqualify that individual from holding elected office for 5 years, including membership of the Commons, devolved assemblies, councilorships, right down to parish council level, membership of the London Assembly, and mayoralties. List of offences, of course, includes the Communications Act 2003, saying anything grossly offensive on the internet.
Well, there goes the hope of Sargon becoming anything in the political sphere. God
Yep.
damn it.
Wait, they say parish county level. Since like the Church of England is connected to the government, does that mean like religious
No,
authority positions?
I don't think a parish council is actually related to the parish anymore. And parish councils is basically shit like the parks and the bus stops.
Oh, okay, I see.
But yeah,
I'll be
back
right back.
in the day, it would have
I'll be
had
right
something
back.
to do
I'm
with the
gonna go-
parish.
Yeah, I'm gonna go drain the sea monster. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Drain the weasel.
Meanwhile, school children hold mock trial of MP Richard Drax over ancestral slavery links.
Because we all know that sin, my friends, are inherited by blood.
Yes.
This is fucking
Because
ridiculous.
it
like,
is a moral thing to try someone for a crime that they did not commit.
yeah, on standards that is just completely different from the
It's
era.
literally the sins of the father.
Yeah, it is, and of course with the children are going to judge the past because the children are the future. Let me guess, this is the one where they bitch about how we kids inherited a broken planet, right?
Yeah, probably. I wonder how many of the kids involved, though, were descended from slave owners. Bet they didn't think of that, did they?
Probably not. But hey, kids are innocent except when they're not.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just gonna quote Metal Gear Rising's Sundowner here. Kids are cruel. I'm very in touch with my child.
Yeah, but what kind of special fucking idiot do you have to be to so find someone guilty of a charge of, what did they say? Anyway, it's so fucking stupid. Yeah, he was accused of benefiting from the proceeds of slavery because he inherited a sugar plantation that was once worked by slaves.
Does that mean that I can be punished because I've grown up in a farm that once, thousands of years ago, belonged to someone else, but then they lost it because the other one was stronger?
No, both groups were white, so it doesn't count.
Right. I forget. I keep forgetting that. It's all about the color, isn't it?
Yeah. And
Yeah,
yes,
like so is the solution just burn the sugarcane field because it's tainted?
I mean, less sugar is
no,
probably good.
I think it's to execute the descendants, or the sense of anyone who was even remotely associated with slavery, and then give all their shit to people who were remotely associated with being slaves.
Barely even then, though. I mean, isn't there actually a lot of black people now who have ancestors who used to be slave owners? I mean, a
Oh,
lot of
you mean
Arabs do.
like Ainsley Harriet?
Yes.
Would Carl
But-
be okay with burning down the sugarcane field though? I feel like he might be.
Well,
Yeah, but what about-
Carl's
yeah, Carl,
descended
he's-
from slaves, so he wants his reparations. Ainsley Harriet should
Yeah.
give Carl reparations.
Totally.
Because Ainsley
Just-
Harriet is the descendant of slave owners, and Carl is the descendant of a slave.
But Carl is too white.
No. It's got nothing to do with race. It's about who owned slaves and who didn't. So the black man is descended from slave owners, therefore he must pay reparations to the white man who's descended from slaves. Because any of this matters.
La-di-da.
Oh, Ainsley Harriet actually has to pay himself reparations.
Yeah,
Because-
that too.
Because one of his ancestors was enslaved at 2 years old, and some of his other ancestors were slave owners.
So he has to pay himself.
Yes. So what do we do? Do we execute him because he's the descendant of a slave owner, or do we give him money because he's the descendant of a slave?
How about you just take all his money and then give it back to him? Problem solved.
Hey, a made-up problem.
Or you can give him 50% of all this money and give the other 50 to Carl.
Yeah, I think that's what Das Van Jeepens is suggesting.
Yeah. I totally didn't steal your idea, I swear.
Yeah. So yeah, that is the
wow,
last of the
stupid.
stuff from the Lotus Eaters in record
So does
fucking
that
time.
mean that I've like? I guess that means I've paid reparations then, because I don't know. One of my ancestors owned slaves, and I've been giving like Carl money. Does that count?
Yes.
Yes. And also, I've been paying reparations as well for when my ancestors completely wrecked his ancestors. But then again, they grew from the experience. You know, like the school kid who got bullied and then in the end became tougher than the bully? Though the bully is immensely more rich.
Sounds very vibrant.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, on Saturday, tomorrow, 4 p.m. Well, it's actually 4 p.m. Norwegian time. Opening Norway fully. No more the hold 1 meter distance bull crap, and you can go back out and live life normally.
Instead of living life as a leper.
Yeah, it's basically been maybe almost 2 weeks ago since the election was over, and now shit's starting to get better already.
Just enough time to make sure the election's secure, and they're going, okay, fuck all this bullshit.
Well, I say like a leper because 2 weeks, or no, not 2 weeks. 2 meters or 6 feet is like literally the distance that lepers were like legally required to keep from other people.
Yeah,
Like,
because parts
honestly,
fell off
I
them.
think that's literally where this bullshit has come from, because it was made up whole cloth by some loser. Like, no one knows where this shit actually came from.
Did they talk about that on Lotus Eaters? I forget where I heard that.
I
Or was
think they mentioned... No, they might have mentioned it, but I've seen it a million places on the...
Yeah, I can't remember if I heard that from them or from the Daily Wire.
Oh god, I'm sorry everyone who's buffering. The stream health is excellent on my end. But again, I'm probably streaming to an Australian server, which then has to send the data via fucking smoke signals to the rest of the world.
Yep. Well, that's how it gets vibrant, you know?
Yeah.
And vibrating.
Yeah, so Norway will reopen on Saturday at 1600. Good job, Google Translate.
Yeah. And if you're wondering about the big chick to the left there, that's the former Prime Minister of Norway, Anna Solberg.
Oh, is that the fat, useless bitch that we talked about on a previous podcast who broke her own rules?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty much. And she's also the chick who has a unhealthy attraction for the EU, as well as probably Norway's greatest centralization fetish.
Yeah.
You're framing that as if there is such a thing as a healthy attraction to the EU.
Yes, the EU needs to collapse shortly after I sneak into Sweden and then go over to Norway.
I mean, that's the healthy attraction part.
If anyone supports the EU, I will stab you in the face and watch you bleed out.
Disavow?
The government is taking complete control.
Yeah, primed. Sweden made COVID vaccine passes, but they're optional. Gotta love Scandinavia.
Oh, that's cool. So clearly they just... So meanwhile, as Norway is reopening, Melbourne has become the most locked down city in the world. And that's an excellent freeze frame for that dumb bitch who's been lying through her teeth about the whole thing.
Now we know that Melbourne is the complete opposite of Norway. We finally found it, guys.
Melbourne has a lot in common with East Berlin.
I mean, East Berlin had more freedom, didn't they?
Yeah, I think you were actually allowed to leave your house and associate with your friends in East Berlin.
Yes, you were. And at least you could pretend you were free.
Just a little bit.
Congratulations, Primed.
Oh, Sweden will reopen to 99% on 30th of September. You lucky bastards.
We should totally smuggle you over here.
So, I'm going to rush quickly through the week's COVID updates, because then we've got a shitload of videos from the Melbourne protests and the brutal crackdown by the Stasi. So let's see. So, National Cabinet has, from Friday the 17th of September, National Cabinet agrees to include vaccine stats in check-in apps. Wall Street Journal, vaccine mandates can't stop COVID spread. Coercion won't work because those without symptoms can still pass on infection.
Basically Papierenbitte, but instead it's like Sie Appenbitten.
Yep.
Do you have the app?
Yeah. So, from this article from Wall Street Journal. Mandates infringe on personal autonomy, which can lead to political strife and unintended consequences. But they have value in some situations. No. In general, however, wise policy making respects the intrinsic value of personal autonomy and seeks the least burdensome path to achieve social gains. The common argument for vaccine mandates is you have no right to infect me, but cases are partly driven by asymptomatic and pre-symptomatic spread, people who are unaware that they are even infected. It isn't practical to punish adults who have no symptoms.
Yeah, but that isn't as fun.
Here's another problem. The vaccines reduce but don't prevent transmission. Protection from infection appears to wane over time, more noticeably after 3 to 4 months. There's substantial evidence that people who are vaccinated can both contract and contribute to the spread of COVID-19. Data from Israel show rates of protection have declined to less than 40% for some patients. Boom.
But the vaccine... Get the jab, guys.
Yep. Other medications like hydroxy banned to shit, and Ivor can't say that on YouTube, on which health officials seem determined to close the book, are in reality unsettled. Controlled clinical trials have yielded conflicting results, but many physicians with substantial experience treating patients with the COOF, including members of the Early COOF Care Experts Group, have reported low rates of hospitalization and death when using these therapies. Fucking boom.
Man, I got quiet here.
Yeah. So, from September the 18th, angry young men, 235 arrested and 10 police officers injured in Melbourne anti-lockdown protests.
Sorry for not feeling sorry for the police officers because, you know, Australian police kind of deserve at this point.
I wouldn't... I'm going to have to disavow that one.
In Minecraft, guys, in Minecraft. Totally not in real life.
But maybe, just maybe, if you violently assault peaceful protesters and said peaceful protesters fight back and you get fucked up, it's kind of a little bit your fault.
And of course, actually peaceful protesters.
Yes, like, these are literally peaceful protesters. Like, 235 arrested out of... Well, I've got it on the screen. Thousands of people protesting.
Angry young men. There's a lot of angry young men there.
Yeah, funny how there's also a lot of women. Yep. And of course the thugs are in good form.
And the women are twerking on an ambulance, I'm guessing.
No.
Or lighting anything on fire, of course.
So, here's just...
Well, are they really peaceful then? If they're not lighting shit on fire?
Yep. Well, they aren't just... These aren't mostly peaceful, they're completely peaceful. There's no burning fucking city in the background.
Wait, so are you telling me that the amount of peace does not increase by the amount of fire?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a video that I don't care about. It's going to be full of lies and bullshit. But the interesting part is the title. And this is from the state propaganda outlet. Outbreak, how Australia lost control of the COVID Delta variant. How many cases of COVID do these cunts think there are in Australia?
Infinite COVID forever.
Yes. 110% of the population has been murdered by COVID.
Murdered.
300... Yep, every day, 300% of the unvaccinated die in...
300%.
Yes.
Every single individual who is not vaccinated dies then resurrects, then dies again, then resurrects, and then dies again.
Well, every COVID death is counted like 7 times.
Well, true. Your country is fucking weird.
Oh, shit. So,
Coming from the guy born in
let's-
Bjorgenborg.
okay, so let's see.
I'm just gonna let that one slide.
As Australia has had 93,000 cases of COVID. Lost
What?
control of the Delta outbreak, they say.
Ugh. What comes after Delta?
Epsilon.
Gamma.
Oh,
Oh, is
no,
it Gamma?
My bad. No, Gamma's before. I'm tweaking.
oh. So how's COVID Epsilon gonna look like?
It's going to look like healthy people being shot in the face with rubber bullets.
And what about COVID Omega? Maybe gives you superpowers? Or turns
Wow.
into a fucking vampire or some shit, maybe?
Possibly. So here's another article from San Diego Union Tribune. Is San Diego a good place, second? What do you know about San Diego?
I know it's a good place for jacking it. You know, there's no better place to be jacking it than San Diego.
Oh, good.
Yeah, because when you gotta jack in San Diego, it's like you can't even wait to get home. You just gotta do it right here, right now.
Yeah.
Jacking
Sorry.
it, jacking it, jacking it, jack. Spanking it, spanking it, spanking it, spank.
Oh, dear. Isn't that from in Fallout?
No, it's South Park.
Base
The music
trim.
becomes when Stanley goes over to
Yeah,
San
are
Diego.
you sure?
Yes.
I swear there's something that's very similar to that in the Fallout soundtrack. Maybe I'm just insane.
Jacking it in San Diego?
No, like the jacking it part. I swear there's something like that. Anyway. So, opinion. I'm a doctor. Here's why we should avoid COVID-19 mandates of any kind. Oh, fuck off. I'm not subscribing to your stupid fucking paper for one story ever. It's virtually unavoidable that all of us will eventually be affected with SARS-CoV-2 or vaccinated against it. He is an emergency physician and father of 3 young children.
Yeah, probably gonna jab them all, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say I have no problems with my lungs, so I'm more willing to risk my chances with something that has like a maximum of 20% to give me a little bit of a bad case of lung, over something that has a smaller chance and a chance to give me something wrong with my heart. I'd rather deal with my lungs than my heart. Thank you very much.
Trim, you're a man under 40. The chance is not small.
Right.
We'll get to that
even more
particular
so.
article later. So, health authorities have 2 justifications for imposing afflictions on the public. Originally, the goal was to prevent the healthcare system from being overwhelmed. So they discouraged people from going to hospitals, shut down clinics to impose on visits, suspended all non-emergency procedures. The implementation was clearly illogical, but at least the goal was somewhat rational. Now the vast majority of the country has natural or vaccine-mediated immunity, and our healthcare systems have improved surge capacity. Our hospitals are no longer at risk of being truly overwhelmed. Busy, sure. Systematically overwhelmed and unable to compensate? No chance. What if I were to push medicines on my patients like health authorities push mandates on the public? Expensive medicines that claim, based on low-quality observational data, to temporarily reduce the appearance of disease. There's no evidence that they improve long-term outcomes, but they do cause many adverse effects, including depression, social isolation, and suicide. Would it be wise to recommend a medicine like that, or ethical in forcing my patient to take it? The answer is obviously no, yet this is exactly what health authorities continue to do with COVID-19. So there we go.
Kung Flu.
Yeah. So here's something that they can't figure out. Shingles is on the rise during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Shingles?
Shingles, yes. The
The fuck is
recurrence.
that?
It's the recurrence of the. Is it chickenpox or measles virus? One of them. I always get them confused because I've never seen them in the wild because those vaccines fucking work. It's almost it's almost as if when a vaccine is effective, you don't see cases of it in the wild. Chickenpox, thanks, Ned.
I didn't
Yeah.
have vaccine against chickenpox. I basically got it from a party where all my parents went around and
Yeah, well,
guided the kids.
yes, it's called a vaccine party. Not a vaccine party, a chickenpox party. They had them all the time before they really got the vaccines rolling. But nowadays, like, I'm young enough that when I was a kid, I got vaccinated for chickenpox, measles. I've literally never seen a case of those in the wild. Literally
I got
never.
chickenpox when I was like 8 or something.
Yeah. I got it as part of the childhood immunization programs or some bullshit. So, again, almost completely eradicated to the point where I've literally never seen it in my life.
I haven't actually seen or heard anything about chickenpox for the last 15 years.
Yes, it's almost as if those vaccines are almost 100% effective, even years down the line. Though I think I got a serology test ages ago for something, and I wasn't completely immune to one or the other, but it doesn't matter because it turns out that when you can have real herd immunity, you're fine. Yep, Ned Jeffrey, yeah, me too. I went to a chickenpox party. To be honest, we should probably be having coof parties for kids now. We don't bother to have cold parties, so what's the point? Yeah, COVID cases in the millions, flu cases crash. I think I've got that somewhere. Seleucid, Giraspideo, that's, yeah. I've completely fucked the second part of that name.
Funny how the flu has completely disappeared.
Yeah.
Funny how there's not been a single case of the flu lately.
Yeah, I've got an article on that somewhere. We'll get to that. Yeah, Seleucid got it as a kid. Not heard of it since. Do people still get it? Yeah, some people still do. Mostly in America, actually. In leftist shitholes. Like, wasn't it New York or San Francisco or something that had a massive spike in it?
Don't they get the fucking plague in those places?
Yep.
The Black Death. The bubonic fucking plague.
Yeah, because they're unwashed socialist shitholes.
Communism, guys, it'll lead you to the perfect future where everyone's equally dead.
Ned Jeffrey says because infection from the coof is 10 to 20 times more effective than the poke, and the poke is 4 times more deadly than the coof for those under 19. Turns out, for boys, it's more than that. We ran an article from Something Interesting on a previous podcast. For boys under 20, the chance of getting heart inflammation is 6 times higher than the chance of being hospitalized by the coof. Not being killed by the coof, being hospitalized by it. 6 times higher chance of heart inflammation.
My, with those numbers, I should just run and get my arm stabbed right away. Gee.
Well, even the well, we'll get to that. So, anyway. So, here is Gladys Goebbels has warned that the coof cases will go through the roof once the state opens up next month. Yeah, because they recorded 935 new infections. Whoop-de-doodles.
Dr. Goebbels.
Yeah, so one of the other things that showed up. Good evening, Stardust. One of the other things that showed up has been some of the bullshit that's been going on Reddit. Like, for example, from the subreddit r/Ontario. Your account has been flagged as potentially unvaccinated. Therefore, you're banned from talking on the internet.
Yeah,
Yes,
because we
Ned.
all know how COVID spreads over the web.
Heart damage is permanent. Heart muscle cannot be repaired. Exactly. You do not want to risk, even slightly, giving serious heart damage to young people.
Your lungs actually can get better.
Like
I mean, I have a friend who has
it'll be
25%
interesting in
lung capacity.
it'll be interesting in 30 years' time to see if the rate of heart failure or the requirement for transplants goes skyrocketing.
Or mechanical hearts get more advanced. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool. So, here's another one. Victorian government shuts down construction industry after clashes at CFMEU office. The Victorian government will forcibly shut down all construction sites in metropolitan Melbourne and all other locked down local government areas in response to violent protests on Monday. Violent.
That's going to help so many people who are barely hanging on economically, depending on their jobs for this one.
Yes.
How violent?
But because a couple of hundred people protested and a couple of them did violent things, they decided that for 2 weeks that they would ban 300,000 people from doing their jobs. Not in response to the risk of COVID, but in order to punish them collectively for misbehaving. Which,
Let me guess,
I
the
would remind
violence was just saying a bad word.
Yes, and keep in mind that if they were prisoners of war, it would be illegal to punish all of them for the actions of a few. It would actually, it would be a war. Yes, Australia, where human rights have gone out the fucking window. Speaking of human rights in Australia, turns out we've actually got the right at the Attorney General's office. Reckons we actually do have the right to freedom of assembly and association. It's actually contained in Articles 21 and 22 in the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights.
Shocked Pikachu face.
Yeah. Turns out that we actually do have this right. It's just that Australia reckons they can take it away from us.
New Zealand seems to do it as well.
Yep. The right to peaceful assembly protects the right of individuals and groups to meet for a common purpose or in order to exchange ideas and information, to express their views publicly and to hold a peaceful protest. But what does Australia do to peaceful protesters? Shoots them in the face with rubber bullets, which we will get to.
In the face with rubber bullets. I don't care how harmless rubber bullets are supposed to be. If that hits you in the wrong spot, you're fucked.
Exactly. Which means that using them on peaceful protesters, crime against humanity. So yeah, F the jab. Fuck the jab. Cast in Australia's construction workers violently protest vaccine mandate outside union. But the news and the union have all been saying, oh no, it's alt-right, white nationalists. Completely ignoring all the black people in this video. They also blamed QAnon. The protest was organised by anti-vaxxers and QAnon.
Of course they blame fucking QAnon.
But fuck me dead. QAnon. They want to turn this into their version of January 6th.
Why do I think that the German Reich, the Third Reich, was more honest with its citizens than Australia?
Well, at least the German government only oppressed some of its citizens.
Yeah. Here they do it, everyone. Australia is a lot more equal.
What are the odds Australia will ever recover from all this governmental overreach? Not great. I wouldn't.
As soon as you get better people in office.
Oh, office, yeah. Well, that... Yeah, Stratos, QAnon is an American thing only. But it sounds good, and it's right, conspiracy theorists. So we'll blame them instead of perhaps admitting that, I don't know, the public is sick and tired of your shit.
Isn't alt-right technically dead now?
Well, at this point, alt-right means anyone who isn't a fascist bootlicker. Stop. Bad.
Right.
Just want to get fucking GIF work. Yeah, does this guy who's here look like a fucking white nationalist? Oh, that's right. I forgot. White nationalists are inclusive now and will allow everyone in.
How diverse.
Ned Jeffrey says there's QAnon chatter about how ScoMo is one of them. Well, ScoMo is definitely part of the New World Order. Like,
Yeah. I can't believe it literally fucking the New World Order. Really? Fucking really?
Oh, here we go. Here's some first-class fear-mongering. Is more deadly than experts hoped, and future forecasts on the pandemic are going to change. Ooh.
That wording, more deadly than they hoped, sounds like it exceeded their desires.
Only a Chinese guy who said that. It's more deadly than we hoped.
So Canadian research, right, because we can trust anything from Canada, into COVID-19 variants found a person with Delta is almost twice as likely as someone with the Alpha variant to be hospitalized. They're 1.5 times as likely to die. Yeah, I believe absolutely none of that. Prime Night, then experts hoped they want people to die? Yes. And keep in mind, so one of the key points, it says the Doherty Institute's modelling had been based on the assumption Delta was more contagious but not more virulent than Alpha. We'll get to the fucking Doherty Institute later.
God damn it.
So here we go. From Tuesday the 21st. New South Wales records 1,022 new COVID-19 cases and 10 deaths as friends bubble for people aged 18 or under announced. Playdates are back in New South Wales, with children aged 18 or under allowed to form a friends bubble. A snap 7-day lockdown has also been announced for 3 local government areas after an authorised worker spent several days in the area.
A friend bubble.
You know, 1984 was supposed to be a warning, not a, how
fucking
to
manual. Yeah, and of course, the health minister has said to take this very seriously because someone who may or may not have had the disease and may or may not have been infectious at the time was in the general vicinity.
And by general vicinity, was it in the same code? What's it called? Area code?
Postcode, but yeah.
Yeah, postcode. Shit.
It's probably area code in other places.
Hey, can I just a bit outside of the whole COVID thing before it drives me nuts? I just want to ask Ned Jeffrey one thing. Were you happy with how the picture turned out?
Yeah, well, as we wait for him to respond, Duffy B says there's more freedom of movement in 1984 than now. Ooh!
Ouch.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, Ned loves
wonderful.
it. Right, so under the Friends Bubble rules, a group of 3 friends under the age of 18 will be able to visit each other at home as long as they live within 5 kilometres or in the same local government area, and as long as all adults in the household are fully vaccinated.
Jesus
Nearly
Christ.
2 years later, and now kids are allowed to see each other again.
These kids are gonna be screwed. They're gonna have no social antennas at all.
Like, fuck me dead. Like, you know how bad autistic people are at socializing? In fucking 15 years, we are going to see people that the autists are laughing at for being shit at socializing. But hey, at least Australia's not the only country suffering, so is Canada. Canada's cuck in chief, said that vaccine passports are all about rewarding certain freedoms for people who have done the right thing, and that those who still resist simply won't get to enjoy those same freedoms.
I think all that blackface makeup is just going up this whatever.
Yeah, was he
passes for
using
brain.
lead paint?
Seems like it. Any Aussies who can confirm this? I mean, any Canadians who can confirm this?
I don't know if we've got Canadians. Actually, I know we've got one Canadian. We've got Liquid Swan, but I think it's some really fucking retarded hour of the day for him. Speaking of Liquid Swan, just to shill his shit, he runs the Saga of a Cad subreddit. What is it? Dungeons and Dragons game, and he streams that on his YouTube channel. So check that out. It's usually good fun. Well, I say that, but I haven't checked it out because I want to start from the beginning. Definitely reckons it's arsenic base paint. If only we could be that lucky.
Maybe one day.
Yeah. So here we go. Some other bullshit out of the government. 50% of inspected construction sites failed to meet safety requirements. Ooh. Speaking about the construction shutdown in Victoria, Public Health team has analysed the spread of the coof in the construction industry and said there were currently 403 direct cases linked to the industry, out of 300,000 construction workers.
Kung flu
That's too much.
from China.
Yeah.
And
of course,
I just want to point something out with Trudeau's face in that picture. Am I the only one hearing the pufferfish noise whenever I see that one?
No idea what you're on about.
It's a pufferfish on YouTube that is fed carrots and makes this noise.
All right.
That's what I hear in my head whenever I want to see that Trudeau face like that.
So dipshit.
One of my favorite fucking Trudeau quotes is when he was like, "Yes, I am a feminist." And the way he says it is like really creepy.
Well, hey,
Religion
it's only a matter of time until a male feminist is convicted of rape.
What makes you sure he already hasn't done it? I mean, he's already colored himself in blackface to hide himself.
I don't know, but I won't be surprised when it comes out. Anyway.
2 more years.
Dipshit health minister has been asked about reports of a health worker refusing a vaccine, and he says the directions and health orders are in place for a good reason and should be backed in. If people are refusing just for the sake of refusing, then the consequences have to be very clear. Yes, the Epstein tactic. You don't have to let me fuck you, but if you don't, I'll make sure you lose your job and you never work in the industry again. But it's okay. It's a choice.
It's a choice, but it's a very limited choice, which gives you technically only one way to go.
Yeah. Yeah, here was another story that popped up. Apparently they want to grow plants that will turn into your vaccine because they'll produce, might be mRNA vaccine factories.
Why is everything about vaccines nowadays? Fuck, I'm so tired of it.
Yep.
What's next? Vaccine drinks, vaccine food, vaccine air, vaccine car, freshly waxed.
But if your business will not be allowed to trade unless all staff are fully vaccinated when New South Wales begins reopening in October.
Fuck that place. And everyone in charge of it.
Yep. The New South Wales government will allow services such as pubs, gyms, and hairdressers to reopen when 70% of over 16s are fully vaccinated, and so long as patrons and staff have had 2 doses of a coronavirus vaccine. Health Minister Brad Cuntface says businesses will not be given any leeway to operate with staff who've only had 1 dose of the vaccine. They've had plenty of time, he said. How fucking dare you not do as you were told?
Brad Cuntface, is that what you said?
Yes. So, meanwhile, they're going to bring out the vaccine passport.
And 5 deaths.
Yeah, in one day. And
Was it off COVID or with COVID?
it's always with COVID. But remember, we covered it a week or two ago that they had to change the way they were reporting because they got their asses kicked because they were saying that everyone died of COVID. Turns out, and they were lying.
Oh, wow. Australian government lying. Who knew?
Government's lying in general. Who fucking knew? Like, can't say anything about the people who died. So that means that they were all old as shit. Oh yeah, here we go. A woman in her 50s was diagnosed with COVID-19 the day after she died. Willing to bet it wasn't of COVID-19 if she didn't know about it until she died. So let's have a look at it. Yep, so we'll have a look at
It
this.
was COVID Tau. You know, COVID Tau, the subtle one.
So here's another example of the media lying. 2 police officers injured as protesters pelted authorities with projectiles. Police respond with rubber pellets. Except that the police started it.
Yeah, but it's the great. Remember, tell the big lie. The law enforcement are the honorable guard.
And this is a video of it. Protesters are protesting at one of the war memorials, which they've been lambasted for. How dare you protest at a war memorial? These people fought and died for our freedom. What was that last word? Where was it better to protest for freedom than somewhere where that remembers people fighting for freedom?
And lockdown now.
Yep. Here we go. It's almost like grooming how anti-vaxxers, conspiracy theorists, and the far right came together over COVID.
Oh, come on.
The far right.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Here we go. It's important to see. It's important to see what's occurring with these protests as part of a continuum, rather than a series of unrelated incidents. This week's protests related to the anti-lockdown protests held in 2020 and earlier this year. First, it was limited to the conspiracy theorist and anti-vaxxer crowd.
Jesus Christ, how scary.
Spooky.
Yep.
Hey guys, I think
He's forcing our beliefs.
I think WB's onto something here. It's a far right protest or riot because there wasn't any twerking people or any burning buildings.
They're forcing their beliefs onto me.
Taking my birth control. But so some were just upset by lockdowns, but most of the planning conversation online was being led by anti-vaxxers and QAnon activists. Like, fuck me dead.
Brave up the shaman.
Yeah, here you go. Here's some more doublespeak. If you go back 2 years ago, anti-vaxxers were a tiny minority. They've grown significantly in size and influence online. Again, not anti-vaxxers. Just because you oppose mandatory vaccinations and/or don't trust a vaccine that's been rolled out in under 2 years, you're not a fucking anti-vaxxer. Maybe you're just only interested in getting...
I find that so hyper dishonest how they changed the definition of anti-vaxxer in the dictionary to include people who don't believe in in mandates.
Yeah. Like, here's some good...
You can be, like, pro-vaccine, but also pro-freedom, and that makes you an anti-vaxxer.
Yeah. So here's some more good stuff. Young men who are increasingly attracted to right-wing nationalism make up the majority of protesters. Victoria Police Commissioner Shane Patton, who has disgraced the name Patton, has said the majority of protesters at the Saturday protests were men aged 25 to 40 who came with violent intent. Oh, I'm sorry. Were all these fucking people here there with violent intent, were they? And no police were murdered by having their heads caved in, were they? Really? You're telling me that out of the 5,000 plus protesters who over 50% of were there with violent intent, that 2,500 angry young men who had violent intent didn't kill at least one cop? Almost as if he's lying through his fucking teeth, the sack of shit.
That or Australians are terrible at violence.
Well, we know that's not true. Maybe he means the police had the violent intent. Fucking oath they did. We haven't even gone to the worst shit. Yep, here we go. George Christensen, who is the only honest politician left in the Victoria, apparently, stands by comments calling Melbourne police officers thugs. Which they fucking are, each and every one of them. The Liberal National Party member for Dawson used social media to call for the arrest, alleging officers used excessive force on protesters in Melbourne over the weekend. He said the thugs should be arrested, referring to the officers. And then a bunch of whiny cunts were like, the police are just good boys who never did nothing wrong.
Didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
Where have I heard that before?
Yeah.
But hey, at least over in New Zealand, men were caught smuggling KFC and over $100,000 cash into lockdown Auckland.
Every time I hear the word KFC, I just imagine a half delirious and addicted Cartman.
Yes. I was thinking
Like,
the same
look
thing.
at this. They put the fucking KFC on the hood of the police car like it's a fucking drug bust. Because
Beautiful.
remember, leaving your home and going to get takeout's illegal in Auckland.
What?
Yeah,
You're kidding.
yeah. And so, back to Australia. COVID vaccination will be mandatory for WA port workers as Moderna jabs hit pharmacy shelves. For fucking port workers. For fuck's sake.
Fucking hell.
And Victoria's made them vaccines compulsory for all school staff. Okay, here we go.
Oh, God.
Here's some dumb cunt who carries a CO2 monitor with her, reckons that ventilation will slow the COVID-19 spread. Because apparently the fact that 1,000 people breathing in a place filling it full of carbon dioxide also means that they're filling it full of COVID germs. Completely missing the fact that one of those things is a gas.
I mean, maybe they're into gas. I mean, let's just... We all know that they're trying to emulate a certain, shall we say, Germanic government a few years back. So maybe it's just, getting to the gas
So here's
part.
another one. A Victorian mother's considering damages lawsuit 1 year on from family's COVID battle. She went to work, got COVID, and now she wants to sue her workplace for not protecting her from a droplet-borne respiratory virus?
You're gonna get your droplets on me.
Fucking damn it.
The droplets, Andrew. You're gonna get the droplets on me.
Take your droplets and shove them up your ass.
But the droplets.
There's few people that can inspire as much rage as that guy does.
Yeah.
I just hear his voice and get physically angry.
How about this? How about if
Oh wait, I
you're
can think of another guy.
Is his name second, and is he going to get his ass kicked? So here's some full-blown totalitarianism. Victoria Police ban media helicopters from filming and broadcasting footage from the Melbourne protests.
It's as if they have something to hide, but no, they can't have something to hide. Police are the good boys.
Yep. This is from Rita Panahi, who doesn't have pronouns in her bio, so she must be saying, Police statement. This is unprecedented. Victoria Police has ordered Melbourne CBD to become a no-fly zone until Monday to avoid protests being filmed.
Okay.
Yes, Robert. She cannot prove that she caught it at work. Just like you can't prove you got the cold at work, or on the train, or from the person down the road around the corner, who you've never seen in years, but you've heard that they might have not had the flu vaccine. Aunt Ned Jeffrey says
That
Rita is
random
good.
guy she probably
Nice
sucked
stuff.
off.
Yeah, that's right, Robert. But there's logic involved in what you're saying, so don't let that get in the way.
Logic is dangerous, guys.
Yeah.
Don't use it.
So here's another one from Voice for Victoria. The new police tactic is not to try and defuse or control things. They now rush and open fire at unsuspecting crowds to scatter them. So we will look at this. We will have a look at this video.
This is for our health.
Okay.
In Melbourne, live now, scenes. They've separated the groups, firing tear gas. It just suddenly kicked off. There are hundreds of riot police now.
How would this go down in
The
America,
crowd
by
is
the way?
separated.
Just open
What?
fire and crowds.
Half have gone that way.
Disperse them by
The other
firing
half.
at them randomly.
Yep. Come out of the way.
So keep in mind what the people that they were assaulting were doing at the time.
It's very fortunate that it's like left and not the right that's like violent, because the right has guns.
This is for our health.
And as the guy recording says, this is for our health. They're violently assaulting us with the weapons for our health. So here's something interesting from Blaze Media. Australia admits it's banning ever banned on YouTube for COVID because it interferes with universal vaccine agenda. Last Friday, the Therapeutic Goods Administration of Australia officially banned the prescribing of either banned on YouTube for COVID-19 or any other use beside parasitic infections. The three reasons given were this. Firstly, significant number of public health risks associated with taking ivermectin. No. You're wondering how a drug that was praised more than any other drug in recent decades and was used safely billions of times can suddenly cause terrible problems. Oops. So individuals who believe that they are protected from infection by taking the banned on YouTube drug may choose not to get tested or to seek medical care if they're experiencing symptoms. Ooh.
Ooh.
Scurry, very scurry.
Ooh.
Yeah, so basically, it's just more on that. I can't be bothered to read more, but I will have the links available on the website eventually for you to look at.
How
Otherwise,
completely
it's in
unmarxist of you.
COVIDiocracy somewhere.
How
and you can
very, very unmarxist of you.
Yeah,
Showing
exactly.
proof.
So, on today's episode of How to Attempt to Commit Murder, slam
Wait,
someone's
that's
head.
the thing?
Yeah, this is the one. Assault someone from behind, slam their head into the concrete.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
So he's just there talking to the cops. Then some jackbooted thug who stole the police uniform comes up behind him and slams him headfirst into the concrete.
What a great guy.
Yeah. So, here's some other stuff I wanted to look at, because this is a prediction I made about Australia, but Austria's done it. In Austria, unemployed people who do not get vaccinated will be deprived of social security benefits. The Austrian Labour Minister has decided to block unemployment benefits for job seekers who do not apply for a job when vaccination is required, but do not accept a job offered to them solely on this basis. Unemployed people who refuse a job offer on these grounds face severe sanctions, and the Austrian Employment Office will suspend benefits for 6 weeks.
Damn. This fucking ridiculous, man.
He may yet get away with it, Salicid, but apparently he has been suspended pending investigation. Because it's really fucking hard to justify that, even for the Victorian fucking commissars. So, Germany's going to end quarantine pay for those without vaccinations as well. Germany will stop paying compensation to unvaccinated workers who are forced into quarantine by coronavirus measures, as it's unfair to ask taxpayers to subsidise those who refuse to get inoculated, Health Minister Jens Spahn said on Wednesday.
Glorious, I suppose.
Yep. The rules will affect people who test positive for the virus and those returning from trips to countries designated high risk, which now include Britain, Turkey, and parts of France. Unvaccinated travellers for such countries are required to quarantine for at least 5 days. And those who have been vaccinated or have recently recovered are not required to do so. Critics, also known as sane people, have said that such rules would be equivalent to a mandate for COVID-19 vaccinations because many workers cannot afford to stay at home without pay. Meanwhile, scum-sucking losers say we should see this differently. It's about fairness. Those who protect themselves and others via vaccination can rightly ask why we should have to pay somebody who ended up in quarantine after a holiday in a risk area.
Why they should have to pay someone? I don't know. Maybe because they're willing to do the fucking work.
Why should they have to pay them? Maybe because they're fucking
like,
citizens.
They're not like asking for free money. They're like, they're not that.
Well, they
oh,
wouldn't.
why should I have to? Like, they're not asking for money. They're asking to like fucking do work for you and then get paid for their labor.
Man, how cruel of them and evil.
Evil.
Well, I have a good reason for why you should pay them. Because you're the fucking assholes who put them in quarantine. They didn't want to fucking
Take
go there.
Responsibility for their actions? The fuck are you talking about?
Nah, governments don't take responsibility. Politicians are lying scum. Yes, so let's see. It's straight up evil. Billy Bloggs says, can they go back to work without the jabs, though? That is the question. Don't know, but not
Biden's
exactly
trying
relevant.
to take a step that's not possible.
Yep. Robert Longshaw makes a good point. Why should we have to pay taxes if we're having those services, those taxes paid for, withheld? And yep, boss, that was medical misinformation. The vaccine doesn't protect others. Exactly. Why is it the job of the unvaccinated to protect the vaccinated? I thought that was the vaccine's job. So,
don't use logic, dude. It's scary.
I just wanted to play the first sentence from this video. Yeah, they probably are not going to allow them to go back to work without the jabs. So you can't go to work without the jabs, but you also can't stay on unemployment because if you don't get the jab, you can't have your unemployment. So therefore, screw you, die in a ditch. Which is basically the Australian position. So I'm just going to play the first segment of this video.
No. Excuse me.
What do you want, second?
I have no idea. I was just pulling for that Chad Trump energy.
Yeah.
God, I miss Trump.
A city at the mercy of protesters.
We all do.
There we go. A city at the mercy of protesters. How the fuck is a city at mercy of protesters when the protesters are all in one place, not assaulting civilians, not burning the fucking place down, and are being brutally assaulted by the police?
Again,
well, they might not
logic,
be using
dude.
violence. But they have a greater power.
Oh, and comments are turned
they have
off.
they have their white privilege powers, Bezic.
Yeah, don't you know having white privilege makes you into a warlock that can magically kill people by not even fucking trying?
Is that it? I think we finally have the answer to the question. How does the shaman call the lightning? With his white privilege.
I summon my white privilege.
But hey, at least there's 2.8 thousand downvotes. Dunk.
Nice.
Here's one for you. 74-year-old woman thrown to the ground.
Shaman call the lightning.
White privilege, second. We just went over this.
A 74-year-old?
Yep, thrown to the ground, which broke her hip, and she was then pepper sprayed by 2 thugs.
Double pepper sprayed a 74-year-old lady
who was on the ground
pepper sprayed my
with
grandma.
a broken hip.
Oh my fucking god. These people. I mean, we're talking about people who just shoots puppies for fun here. This doesn't really surprise me anymore. Oh my god.
So here's one for you. Let's have a look at this. Providing the expert advice to the Andrews government that made Melbourne the world's most locked up city, it's nice that the Burnout Institute has found time to claim $4.6 million in JobKeeper payments while increasing its surplus by 2,200%.
God fucking damn it.
Burnout notice. Institutes rise and rise in influence and taxpayer riches.
Of course. The people gotta pay for the shit they don't care about.
Of course!
Yep, so they get...
guys, I'm sorry to interrupt, as I always do. Sorry again. But it's starting to get really late for me. I have to skedaddle.
Yeah. Alright, man.
Skedaddle, skedoodle.
Your dick is now a noodle.
Yeah, have a good one, Trim.
Have a wonderful day, guys. Shadilay.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Shadilay, my fliggity flog.
Yeah. Solid says, I'm guessing they think living on the dole without ever working a day in their life is a virtue, while wanting to work for a living is a sin. Pretty sure that's the leftist position, but speaking of the dole, especially the fucking dole in Australia, don't fucking blame the people on such little fucking money. Don't fucking make them run through all these hoops. You're giving them $300 less than the fucking poverty line. And then you make them jump through hoops and spend that money on utter bullshit. And at the same time, you treat them like fucking scum. No, you don't need to fucking abuse the unemployed when they're $300 less than the fucking poverty line. Being $300 less than the fucking poverty line will encourage them to get a job. And any loser that can live comfortably on $300 less than the poverty line, good. Keep them on the fucking dole, because I don't want them in my workplace, because they'll fucking steal from me and make life hard. And if we don't have them on the fucking dole, they'll be in prison in a weekend. Anyway, there's my rant on the dole and unemployment.
Shit, tell us how you really feel.
Don't get me fucking started. Here's one for you, second. If you live in Australia and you want to move from the city to the countryside to save money, and you're on the unemployment, if the place you're moving to is more than 90 minutes from a capital city, they'll cut your payments off for 8 fortnights. Because how dare you move away from... Yep, because their stupid fucking logic is, oh, you've moved to an area of lower employment prospects. Yes, because on $600-ish a fortnight, you can't afford to live in a $400 a week apartment. But that's our government that abuses the unemployed to fucking suicide.
Yeah, that's government.
They don't understand incentives.
Well, that's the stupidest thing. Like, they make the unemployed go to meetings with job agencies, which are also paid by government money. They make the unemployed apply for how many jobs and do all this other shit on the pitiful amount of money they're given. No. Anyone who is capable of functioning in a workplace can take one look at the minimum wage for full-time work and the dole and go, do I want to live on $600 a fortnight or 3 times that?
Is that rhetorical?
I can't even remember the question. I was so angry. So I think it was probably rhetorical. Yes, Billy Boggs, they're trying to cull the
What the fuck
poor.
is the doll, by the way?
It's basically
I have no
unemployment.
idea what
It's a derogatory term, dole, D-O-L-E. It's a derogatory term for the unemployment.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. Which is why they like to call people on it dole bludgers. Because they think that people are happy to live on the dole, completely forgetting that you can't live on that little money. But I think it works out to be something like $40 a day. And people are like, oh, they're living it rich on the dole. Like, motherfucker, when I'm working, I pull that in an hour. Don't fucking give me that shit. I don't want to be unemployed. It pisses me off so much. They're all like, oh, people don't want to work. No. You can make...
Yeah, whereas in the US, we have the opposite problem where people are getting paid above minimum wage to stay home.
That's fucking stupid. Like, I'm not exactly sure what the right amount of money for the dole should be, but I know for a fact that it is not 40% of the minimum wage, and it is not higher than 100% of the minimum wage.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know why, but the doll, that just makes me laugh.
It's a joke, all right. Nathan T says he'd still rather work for his 40, even if it takes a whole day. Me too, man. Me too. It's so... Like, that's another thing that the people who complain about don't realise. People on that little money aren't living it up when they're at home. They're sitting there staring at the wall, counting down the time to their 1 meal a day. Because they can't afford to go out, they can't afford to socialise, they can't afford to do anything. Which is also why you end up with an obesity epidemic, because it turns out that when people are buying high-carb, low-quality food and sitting in front of the TV or the computer for 16 hours a day, because they can't afford to go to the gym, and even if they could, that's banned.
Yeah, I need to get more exercise, but holy fuck, it's actually only 73 degrees outside right now.
Wow, that's pretty cool for Texas, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you know what that is in old centigrade?
I looked expecting it to say like 99 or some shit.
Yeah, Billy Bloggs says it's soul-destroying being on the dole. It really is. Like, I covered it on a previous article. Like, if you're on the dole for more than 6 months, your chances of being employed again goes through the floor. Because you're out of money, you've got no savings left, you can't afford to get more qualifications or upskill or get a new license, and businesses won't hire you because they're a bunch of cunts. But anyway.
You know what I've kind of been thinking about? Like, the idea of effective altruism. Like, on my college campus at one point a few years ago, there was this, like, one charity or whatever that would, like, you know, buy homeless people nice clothes, help them, like, practice interviewing skills and shit, and basically do all the shit to, like, help them get a job and shit.
Yeah.
But I'm also thinking
interestingly, that's what are called job agencies are supposed to do for people. The government
Yeah.
is supposed to pay them to help job seekers with money for new clothes for interviews, bus fares, fuel vouchers to get to interviews or their first week of work, help them get with interview skills. Instead, what they do is they call you in once a week to sit on a computer for an hour or two, look for your own work, while they collect thousands of dollars per person from the government. Yep, Sally says that they used to be on the dole. I hated it. I was jumping for joy when I got my current job. They didn't help me one bit. Sounds like Celis is somewhere that has something similar to a job agency. Like, they are the biggest criminal scam going. They just abuse people, make them want to commit suicide, collect shitloads of money. Like, the harassment you get if you get a job on your own. Because, of course, you're forced to look for work. So, you do, because the job agency is useless and doesn't help you. You get your own job, and then the job agency harasses you for the next 6 months. Because they get paid if they can claim that they helped you get the job. I'm of the opinion that if you're going to pay people so little, there should be no requirements of them, because they're just going to get work because they're not stupid. Or if you want to require them to do things, you need to pay them more. Nathan T says teenagers here in Texas have had a hard time competing with grown immigrants for their first burger flipping job. Yep. And another problem is, so Australia's got something like a 20% underutilisation rate, which is what the real unemployment rate is. And one of the problems we've got is that it's next to impossible to get a disability payment here in Australia. Like, for example, my neighbour had a stroke recently, can't walk, can't use their left side, and it's still in question whether they'll get the disability. Duffy B says, here in the States, the damn great societies put generations on the dole. I've worked in areas that the dole is the only plan for a future. Buildings are collapsing around them, but they just rot. Yeah, that's a problem in the town I live in. Like, something like 40% of the population is receiving some form of government benefit in the city I live in. It's just disgraceful. Like, I've met women whose plans for the next 40 years is to just pump out a kid every 4 years. Like, I've met both personally and when I used to work for the families line at the unemployment office. They'd have like 6 kids with different surnames. Sorry a second, I'm not sure if you're there or you're just cutting out.
No, I'm here.
Okay. I just could occasionally hear some feedback, so I wasn't sure if I'd lost you or if you were just listening to me rant about how life sucks.
How life sucks in Australia,
yeah.
Mike.
Billy Blog, you get 6 kids with different surnames. Yeah, literally. And these women are pulling in $2,000 a fortnight, tax-free, that I guarantee you they don't spend on the kids. Billy Blogs also said, the people that work in the dole office are pretty useless, and some of them are real cunts with a terrible attitude. Like, they enjoy making life even harder with sanctions if you're 1 minute late. Baby farmers? Yeah, literally, Billy. Baby farmers. Because unlike the UK, who capped the amount of kids you could get paid for, not in Australia. So, just for being a single mother, if your youngest kid is under 8, you get $800 a fortnight, and then you get somewhere between $200 and $300 per kid on top of that. So you've got 6 kids, all under 10. It's just disgraceful. Okay, I've got 3 more articles about COVID, and then we will have a bit of a look at some of the videos that have come out of the protests on the police brutality. So, first one is from Friday.
Too many black pills.
Yeah.
No more. No more. Too much.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Duffy B says, I miss the poor farm concept. They have to be active in some form or they get nothing. I'm pretty sure that most people would be happy to work if for their money if the government would pay them fairly. So, here we go. From Friday in
I mean, something else I was thinking as regards like effective altruism is kind of shit. Like, so I've kind of been expanding like my resume by building, I guess, other skills that I can put on there. So if there was like some kind of altruistic thing where it's like, I don't know, say like an altruism like machine shop where you teach like a unemployed person how to weld or whatever, or some like shit like that, that could actually be useful.
That would be fucking really nice. Like, I'd love to do something like that. But if I want to go learn how to weld, well, firstly I've got to find a place that can teach me. Then I've got to pay for it. Then I've got to pay to get there. All this when I can't afford to live. Billy Blogg says the UK used to have horror stories about the single mums. They would get caught going out to nightclubs or leaving the toddlers alone in their own filth like animals scavenging for crisp crumbs. Yeah, that's a problem in Australia too. And then the child welfare agencies do absolutely fucking nothing about it.
They do absolutely fuck all.
Well, actually, the child safety agencies do harass innocent men. Because we've got this stupid blue card system here where you have to have this magic check on your background where they look at things you've been accused of, things you've been charged with, rumours on the fucking street, not just things you've been convicted of to see if you're safe around children. So if, say, 20 years ago your ex-wife accused you of something, the corrupt police took you to court, the jury threw it out in 5 fucking minutes. No, that comes up now, and you can't get a job working with children.
That's fucked.
It is. It's so fucking stupid. But do you know who doesn't need a blue card? Teachers and the police.
Oh.
Yeah. You know, the two jobs most likely to abuse a child.
Really? Police is up there.
Well, it used to be the Catholic Church, but we found out about that. And now they've realised that maybe they shouldn't. Or they should at least hide it better.
Yeah, what is, like, the movie industry like in Australia? I'm kind of curious.
Next to non-existent?
Okay, so you don't have to deal with, like, fucking...
No. Well, in Australia, our media is just trash. Like, our movie industry... No. Our movie industry is essentially non-existent because making a movie requires skill and effort, and getting skilled people that will put in effort costs money, and our TV stations refuse to spend a goddamn cent. So we end up with knockoff versions of all the world's worst reality TV shows instead.
Huh. But at least you don't have people like fucking Harvey Weinstein.
And no, apparently we just have them in politics instead, but I don't believe those stories for a second. Like, I'm sorry for the women that are legitimately abused, but I'm sorry, it's 5 years, 10 years, 20 years later. We can't do shit. There is no evidence in existence. We can't put someone in prison if there's no evidence. Well, we shouldn't be able to anyway. Like, I would very much like to see every rapist hung by the dick until dead.
Okay, gang. Rapists should be castrated or killed. Okay, folks. I'm against rape.
Why not both? That's my question. Like Married at First Sight. Yes, Robert Longshore. Oh, we have The Bachelor, The Bachelorette, Married at First Sight, The Farmer Wants a Wife, Love Island, 6 versions of Survivor, assorted other degeneracy as well.
Assorted degeneracy.
Like, this stuff is literally degeneracy.
Yeah, sounds like it.
That's so true. Anyway, COVID. Queensland, today.
Flu. Comes from China.
Yeah. Mask requirements in public venues to ease. Here we go. So I'm just going to ignore how they reckon they'll open the country up, which is a lie. Mask to stay but rules eased. The mask requirements will remain in place for another 2 weeks in southeast Queensland. They're being eased to allow people to remove masks in public venues once seated, without needing to wait for food or drink to arrive. So there you go, second. Not only are you immune to COVID while eating or drinking, you're also immune while sitting down.
Oh, that sounds like a dream.
Yep, and school kids can also remove their masks in class once they're seated.
How magnanimous of the government.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree, Harry. We can't have comments like that on the YouTube channel.
Oh, wait, did you delete it already?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Damn.
Harry,
Send it in Discord.
Yes, send it in Discord, because it does need to be said, just not in our YouTube chat. So, yeah. While you're sitting down, you're immune from masks. Immune from COVID. It's amazing. But once you stand up again, please put it on again, because we don't know who you're coming into contact with. So yes, wear your mask, except when you're sitting down, and stay 1.5 meters away from each other. Oh, how far can a sneeze travel again? 30 feet? Oh, hello Tarzan, welcome to Discord. No, actually, need to remind... Fuck. Where is Oil's thing? Chat. Ah, nice things. No. Sorry, I'm just getting lost in the Discord because we've got so many channels. Yes, Duffy B, the Slav squat does protect from the virus. And yes, Bass, people in wheelchairs are immune. They're always sitting down. And Ray Bloody Purchase has also joined the Discord. Someone is shilling us. Yes, Harry, that was the comment. Thank you. And agreed. Agreed. Ah. Phone died. No. Okay. We will see if the second comes back. In the meantime, let's have a look at what Breitbart had to say about this fucking mess. Delling poll, rubber bullets for public health. Australia goes full fascist. Police in Melbourne Australia have reportedly been firing pepper spray and rubber bullets at men, women, and children protesting against compulsory coronavirus vaccine passports. Some of the injuries that they have caused are hideous, with at least one person nearly blinded, and a woman of 70 knocked to the floor with a broken hip and pepper sprayed in her face. By 2 police officers, remember?
Okay, my skull is cracked.
What's your name?
Kyle Mitchell.
But don't worry, it's okay. It's all being done for the good of your health. So meanwhile, at the Remembrance War Memorial... not sure if he was shot in the face, Billy, or beaten with one of their assorted pieces of violent weaponry, but it does appear he was shot in the face. That is in Videocracy. Let me see if I can get a link for you. Ah, yes, it's all just in the Breitbart article. I'll pop that in the old live streams channel. Yep, but Daffy B, how can you expect to be safe from the virus and not everyone is getting rubber rounds and on? Well, hey, if you're in America, they're just going to start blow darting people with the vaccine, so why not? The CFMEU, Raymond, is the Construction, Forestry, Mining and Energy Union. So basically, people who work hard for a living. And yes, Alice, it is sickening. So this is Craig Kelly, who we saw briefly previously. Not in my Australia, completely outrageous. For heavily armed Vic police to be pointing and firing guns at peaceful, unarmed protesters as they leave Melbourne's Shrine of Remembrance. Yeah, Nathan T. Pepper balls would suck. Paintballs are bad enough as to start with without being full of pepper spray, but yeah. Was that gas canister fired at close range into the face? Maybe, maybe. Oh yeah, Sydney Watson tweeted about this. Why do am I not following her on Twitter? Why am I not following her on Twitter? The tweeter. Yeah, pepper balls are much more humane. Well, what's the reaction to burn like murder? Yeah, good question, sir, I said. Wrong politics. Yeah, they were twerking. So, let's just have a look at some of the stuff on Sydney's page. So we've got nurses from Western Australia protesting. Because, of course, they want to have freedom of choice. Innocent people sitting on the ground getting pepper sprayed in the face for... Hang on, is that the same fucker that was pepper spraying the woman earlier?
Hello. Have you seen the footage of the rubber bullet stuff, or have you already looked through that?
We are looking through that at the moment, actually, so good timing. Good to have you, Angler.
Nice. Hello.
Ah, you've got your new avatar up. Nice.
Yeah, I love it.
Where is the picture of that woman getting pepper sprayed? Because I swear that's the same fucking criminal scum-sucking cop. Okay, everyone, let's get conspiracy theory time.
I love me some conspiracy theories, I'm telling you.
Is this the same fucking cop?
Wait, switch back to the other one. His
I don't know.
sunglasses look familiar, but
I
don't
think
know.
I think they're a different
Hat's
color,
different.
but like fuck me, it looks like it's the same hair, isn't it? But
Oh shit, yeah.
it's different colored glasses, and I don't think you can see his little bottle of protect himself hand sanitizer.
Hmm. Yeah, not 6
But-
feet, man.
Fuck me, it does look like the bastard.
Ah, that's. This is unironically though. These protests are going to have injured more people than coronavirus.
The police are
Australia.
going to have injured more people than coronavirus in Australia at this point.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, we heard about the Doherty Institute and their modelling earlier when we were talking about how Delta is apparently so deadly.
Hmm.
Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk referred to the Queensland Speaker of the House over comments on their modelling because she made shit up a whole cloth and then stated as fact on TV.
Oh fuck. Wow. That's no.
Yeah.
How the hell can you just? Is
Yeah,
she
so
going to be done in?
what she said is the Doherty Institute modelling predicts that even with 7% of the population vaccinated, 8 people will die each day from COVID once the outbreak reaches 6 months after it started. That is 2,240 who will die each month. Turns out that she was lying.
Not even surprised.
So hopefully
How you
she
doing,
does
Second?
get censured. Second, welcome back.
Yes. Should have paid more attention to my phone, frankly. Frankly, it's a travesty that I didn't. I should have been much smarter than that.
Hmm.
But of course, the fake news media didn't want me to be.
Okay. So what we've got next is just a whole bunch of videos from this fucking mess.
Hmm.
So let's see. Are my hotkeys working? That is the question of the day. Yes, they are. I'm just an idiot and looking at the wrong version of the stream.
No.
Okay, so let's have a look at some of these videos. I'd have us on a super ultra... Oh no, Buzz, she was absolutely lying through her fucking teeth. So let's see what we've got. So here we go. These. So
That's a lot of people.
And apparently these are all white supremacists, white nationalists, QAnon, anti-vaxxer conspiracy theorists.
And most of them look like they're employed in important things with their high-vis jackets.
Yes. Though, to give them one thing, it's really easy to get a high-vis jacket, but they're claiming that all these people are not construction workers. And yes, that's what they're shouting, Billy Blogs. But yes,
Even though
look at all these people and tell me how many of them look like they might be, say, Indian immigrants? Who are well known for their white supremacist tendencies?
Well, they do. A lot of them do like the British Empire, man.
Wow, that's pretty based. What is Australia going to do if all the tradesmen refuse the jabs? Well, they'll just import them. So let me know if the guys in chat, let me know if the audio is weird, and I'll drop it down a bit just so we can talk over it, and we will hopefully see if I can get anything to fucking work properly. Okay, I'll control that in both this thingy and Doesn't Australia have really strict immigration laws? Our immigration laws are strict, but you want a temporary visa to work for below minimum wage and get racially and sexually abused by some piece of shit? Oh, we give those out like fucking candy.
Oh. Tolerant.
Yeah. Well, it's all about it's all about undercutting the wages of citizens, isn't it?
Mm.
And the government won't give foreigners citizenship because then they might start expecting things like minimum wage and workers' rights.
Oof. That does not sound good to them.
No. So this is, of course, outside the union that has turned around and betrayed its members for not fighting against the mandates.
Yeah, I'd be angry at the government and unions for that.
Exactly, Billy Blogs. They'll bring in slaves and temporary visas to undermine the wages of the citizens. That's exactly what they do. Oh, look, here's some more Nazi thugs.
Ah. Man,
But
the
yes,
police do not look
just-
good after this.
No.
This is a police public order warning. You have previously been directed to leave. Leave now or force may be used. No further warnings will be given.
All because of peaceful protests. They need this.
Yep. Look at this. They're not even blocking the fucking roads.
Wow.
They're on the pissing sidewalk, and the police are assaulting them and forcing them out. And here's the guy on his little bike just trolling the fuck out of the cops.
I love that.
Normally I'm not a fan of wheelies on public roads, but that guy's a legend. But yeah, but it's just a couple of people who are anti-vax conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, just a few. That's fucking.
But they don't want you to know how many people there were. That's why they banned news helicopters from flying over and reporting.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Bear Blogs asks, I can't help but think this is a massive conspiracy. Are they all paid by Pfizer and co-own or own stocks? Or is this some secret New World Order plan to inject everyone with poison to reduce population? Well, it's certainly something...
We have a new world order and a final solution to the pandemic. The government is taking over. I don't give a shit about your rights.
I'm telling you, these people are Satanists.
Calm down, Gladys. But she actually said that this is how things are going to be in the New World Order. So yes, it is a New World Order conspiracy.
Well, it's not a conspiracy, it's out in the open now.
Well, I mean, it can technically still be a conspiracy, but...
yeah.
Because they are conspiring.
Like, you're a conspiracy theorist. They said it openly. What, like...
What more evidence do you want?
It's like the cultural Marxism conspiracy theory. Like
they just say they are.
They're doing critical race theory openly, and even Wikipedia admits it's derived from Marxism.
Billy Blogs asks, is this another Alex Jones was right moment? No, this is another Alex Jones didn't go far enough moment.
Yeah, if anything, he went quite light on his prediction. Although he did predict COVID camps.
Look at these thugs accosting these guys for not having masks in public.
In open.
In the open.
Like,
who the fuck were they hurting? And
I don't have a media pass on me. Apologies for that. Sorry. Do you have one?
Man, even in Europe, this sort of stuff would be seen as demented. And that's kind of sad.
Sad.
What the fuck? How? I don't even get how.
Yep. Even if
you
you're
have that many
outside on your
policemen.
own in the middle of a park, gotta have your mask on.
Just look how many policemen there are, though. That's unreal. Fucking hell. That would have taken tons of people. Bloody hell.
Maybe we need to start stealing tactics from the Black Lives Matter crowd. Hands up, don't shoot.
Well, those protesters are protesting for the wrong thing, so they won't get any lenience.
Yes, Nathan T. Unarmed population.
Fucking hell.
Nazi thugs giving unlawful orders. Let this be a warning to you Americans. Do not give up your guns.
What?
This is what happens when you give up your guns.
Exactly, which is why
We will fight to make sure every single American has guns. Okay? We're not sacrificing our freedom to Dr. Fauci's biomedical security state. It's not happening.
Jesus. That's...
How many cops do you need?
In the UK, this sort of stuff I haven't even seen reported on yet.
They will beat you to death for your health.
Well, what? Oh, that policeman's got his mask down. Oof. Should he be shot?
Yes.
What the fuck?
So just trying to confirm her
Of
identity.
course!
But she wants her phone back. She wants her phone back to record her interaction. The policeman just said, well, we're recording you anyway.
Oh, did I cut out again?
No.
I don't know.
Okay, no.
We're just watching the cops abusing their power. Stealing people's private property.
That's
I wonder
so-
how the left feels about that.
Well, they'll be happy. They like it when people get robbed. For some reason.
Look at this. Armed police beating people. Here we go, the video again. Of this guy getting his head slammed into the ground, nearly getting killed.
That's gonna...
That's
gonna
attempted
bite
murder.
hard.
Yep. Assault a guy for walking in the street. Punch him in the head. Violently assault him. Remember those videos of the FBI and DEA and whatnot arresting Antifa protesters in an almost identical situation? They just walked out, grabbed him, not punched him in the face and dragged him into the ground.
Of course!
So they said, I don't get it, how do they sleep at night? Are they robots?
Yes,
Not robots.
probably.
They've just been trained to dehumanize the citizens they're supposed to protect. What do either of you guys remember the book about the what was it, the Czech police that they drafted who ended up just executing people?
No, actually, I'm not.
And was
familiar
it
with
Czech?
Back, guys.
that. Could it have been the.
Was it
Wait.
chunky yogurt?
Sorry, second?
Was it chunk yogurt?
No, it wasn't that loser.
Hmm.
These cops don't realise that they don't have that much ammunition.
There's been flares that have been thrown. The riot spot, I take it the top of the shrine now, guys.
Yes, so listen, I think that's it, the German police that were sent to the Baltic. They might have been German civilian police, I can't quite remember, but yeah. They were civilian police, and yeah.
Keep a distance here.
What's that building with the pyramid on top? I believe that is one of the war memorials.
Fuck no.
It's fucking disgraceful.
Hmm.
They're still
Yep.
firing, guys.
Firing on civilians.
I mean...
And yet, we didn't see a shred of this when BLM was murdering people in the street.
No.
It's a damn shame, too.
It's annoying seeing stuff like this.
Yep, look at them. Firing right control munitions on peaceful protesters.
To the ground, back, guys. They're shooting towards the shrine.
Oh my god!
But yes, the majority of the protesters are all men, despite the fact that I can see at least 6 women with all 3 pixels we've got here.
Yeah, right, police got their van down very quickly, and we're shooting out the roof.
Well, you know, the government is incredibly honest. I don't know how you can think otherwise.
Yeah, why don't you trust them, huh?
What, are you some fucking conspiracy theorist piece of shit?
I'm telling you, you can't trust these evil NWO members in the government. They're evil.
Can civilians buy pepper balls and knives? No, we fucking can't. Don't be stupid. You can't even buy a paintball gun without a fucking license.
Oh, you got license for that paintball gun?
No.
That wouldn't even surprise me.
So fucking sad to see this in what used to pretend to be a democracy. Yes, Billy Blogs, a license for a paintball gun and airsoft is completely illegal.
Of course.
The government is taking over.
Government has taken over.
At your rights.
Ah yes, all these racist, white supremacist, neo-Nazi men. Oh, there's some Nazi white supremacists.
Bash the fash. Bash the fash. Bash the fash.
That's a... Duffy B, this is on par with the Hong Kong protests? Yes, but the Chinese never pretend to be a democracy.
Yeah, one of these has to sit down at tables in the UN and pretend to be democratic.
Excuse me, don't touch me. Excuse me, don't touch me.
Which is kind of messed up.
Excuse me. I've got all of that on video.
Here we go, cops are pushing people out of the way without cause, blocking people from filming because they don't want you to see them committing crimes.
recording this. She's asking you to remove her hand. Can you please?
That is just ridiculous.
Can you stop moving closer towards me?
It's absurd.
Like,
I wonder what Jordan Peterson would think of this.
all the worst things that the American cops have ever been accused of doing, the Australian police are doing with impunity.
Excuse me, she has her son with her and she's done nothing wrong.
Yeah, if there's anything, the American police actually have to watch out for what they do.
But, like, every single thing that the American police get abused for, the Australian police are just doing for the hell of it.
She has done nothing illegal.
Hmm.
Stop it. She has her son with her.
You're embarrassing. Leave her alone.
Can you please not get so close to me? I was social distancing. You have come with
Where's that fucker's mask?
I've been social distancing. Keep away from me. You just don't want me recording her. She has her child with her. You are disgusting. You are disgusting human beings. She has her child with her. This is appalling. Are you a mother? Are you a mother? Let her.
You're a fucking pig. Fuck off, you
See that? The guy doesn't move and the clock backs down. Yeah, Oz got disarmed after the massacre that may or may not have been instituted by the government. Shouldn't they stay 5 feet apart? No, the laws don't apply to the commissars.
Fuck, they're throwing shit at the coppers. Look at that. Look at that, they're throwing shit at the coppers.
Look, the cops are fucking fleeing. Turns out that when the citizens decide that they're fucking done, the cops lose. I'll restart this one because it's fucking brilliant.
At least in the U.S., there are like a lot of. At least in the U.S., the attitude of a lot of police officers is, "This is stupid. I don't like enforcing this."
Yeah. At least
Not
in the
like
US, they have the
enthusiasm for-
Constitution. But look at this. The crowd charges forward, the cops run like the fucking cowards they are. Cowardly fucking dogs. Yeah, Billy Bloggs, the guy that wouldn't move. They can't shoot point blank with less than lethal rounds. It's entirely possible that that massacre was a false flag.
Telling you, the false flags are a lot more common than you think.
At this point, is there anything that isn't just a false flag?
Jesus Christ, this... The fact they can get away with this shit is unreal. Like, is there not even... Has there been anything from like any other countries around saying like Australia should change their policy, or are they just allowing this to continue?
Okay, we see.
Yeah, mate.
That's the second time. You okay, Paul?
I've been grabbed around the neck today. I've had urine tipped on me. Now I've had a can of an.
Oh, the other countries are probably simping for.
Fake news, scum.
For the language from these people. Look, they're passionate.
Wouldn't surprise me.
That's not passion, Paul. That's not passion. That's the act of cowardice.
Why would they not simp? It's everything the left wants.
I'm supposed to
Here we go.
respect people's choices and reasons for not getting vaccinated. I don't. I don't understand it. I don't respect it. You don't get to choose to burden our health system because you refuse to follow preventative health measures.
You don't get to choose to detriment our health system if by refusing to follow health orders.
That's messed up.
Follow the orders.
Yep.
Definitely won't have
You know who else followed orders? The Nazis.
Exactly, Billy. Remember the mosque massacre in New Zealand? They had the rules out before nightfall. Exactly.
This is all about the vaccines. Cat is going to put a vaccine inside me. We're going to fight and fucking finish. If we don't win, we are going back overseas where we fucking came
A bit like this would be incredibly damaging to your look on the world stage, but I guess it's not damaging if you just don't show it on the news to other countries.
Yeah.
Again, like, I'm kind of black-pilled on this, but what other country would, like, actually object to that?
Probably none.
Like, that's the kind of shit where it's like they don't want their people mad at them, but they're kind of jealous that they can't do it. Like, that's the vibe that I get.
Yeah. Don't piss off tradies. Now we're getting some violence. No, we don't have a nice version of the FBI orchestrating our terrorist attacks. We don't need one. All the government agencies are willing to orchestrate a terrorist attack.
Yes, it's extremely vibrant.
But it's mostly peaceful.
Oh, there is that.
Mostly peaceful protests in Australia.
And that's banned.
As long as you protest for the right thing.
Yeah. I can't say I'm a fan of the property damage that's going on here, but I also don't think I also don't feel any sympathy at all.
Wait, which property is being damaged?
They're throwing bottles at the glass windows of the Union.
Okay, so not private property.
I mean, well, actually, they're Union members, so technically it's their shit.
Yeah.
They're destroying their own things. Get on their level.
Yeah, absolutely biased.
Biased.
And here's the fucking and here's the cops just hiding inside with pepper spray everywhere. What does this achieve, though, Billy? It's protest. Turns out, yeah, it's not a good look, but turns out that when you violently suppress people's rights for for nearly 2 years, and then you suppress them some more, and then you get a couple of hundred of them together, and then you insult them to their faces, and then threaten them with violence, you kind of just a little bit get what you fucking deserve.
You get what you fucking deserve!
Man, peak clown world. Well, not clown world, I mean hell world. We're in demon world now, man.
Like, fuck me dead. I thought we
How
weren't
does that
supposed to
show up on
repeat
the
Nazi
iceberg?
Germany. What was that second?
No.
Is Hell World on the iceberg?
I will add that.
Good.
But yeah, it's not a good look, and it's probably not going to help, but I get it. Like, it's bad enough for me living up in Queensland, which is basically, compared to down in fucking Victoria, like, longest lockdown in the world. Vaccine mandates. Like,
even my whole country's basically out of the lockdown by now. It's
yeah,
so
and Australia's lockdowns are just getting worse.
But
But wait, it gets worse.
Yep. It's fucking terrifying. Like, dead set. We need to hijack some cruise ships, get the few good people out of Australia, and just turn the fucking place to ash.
It's time. What did that remind me? When fucking like Amy's Baking Company on like that when Gordon Ramsay went there, and at the end he's like, "But I need to do the right thing." And like some people reacting to it are like, "Oh fuck!" For a second, I thought he was going to burn the place down. Like he needs to do the right thing.
No, Gordon, no.
Yeah, so I said I agree. That's what it's saying. It. Just got to say it's nice to chat with some sane people. Pretty much all the people I know are blue-pilled as fuck. Yeah.
What frustrates me is like watching normies slowly become more and more blue-pilled, just because they don't care enough to like actually argue, and they don't realize the extent to which their default assumptions about reality are being like altered. Like it's so frustrating. I'll talk to some normal people, and then they're like, I don't know, just going on with some more of this shit.
Like, at this point, unironically, I'd rather talk to a sub-70 IQ person than a fucking normie. At least the sub-70 IQ... I'd rather talk to a legitimate retard than a normie at this point. At least the retard's got an excuse.
Schizophrenics are the best to talk to, man.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, plus mentally retarded people, there's probably something in there that can be a bit fun.
Because they're mentally retarded, people share all sorts of secrets to them because nobody's going to believe them.
Yeah.
So you get to hear the fun stuff from them.
Yeah. But holy shit, what a fucking black pill this week's been.
Yeah.
Yeah, it shouldn't be this way.
Like, I just don't get it. Like, how can they've got to know what they're doing. They can't possibly be this fucking stupid. I know that the old adage is never attribute to malice. What can be attributed to equally attributed to stupidity or something like that, but they can't possibly be this fucking stupid.
But do they know what they're doing? Of course they do. And that's terrifying.
The evil NWO, they know everything. They're trying to move. This is the moment they're going to try to bite down on your freedoms, and 1776 worldwide is going to have to happen.
Is she a leftist? Billy Blogs asks about Anastasia Palukak.
Probably. All the scientists are bought off.
Look, if you're an Australian and you're not in our Discord server, you're a leftist.
So there's only like 3 non-leftists in Australia.
I talked to this one fucking Australian who's like an anarcho-syndicalist or something.
Oh, that's sad. I feel sorry for you.
Yeah.
He's like, we need to get rid of all authority. I'm like, wait, even like parental authority? Yes. And I'm like, fucking retarded, mate.
Like,
I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm kind of retarded.
Duffy B's saying this is playing to a degree, but I don't think they expected any pushback. No, of course they didn't. Their problem is they moved too fast. If this had been a 5-year plan instead of a 5-month plan. Sadly, most people are so fucking stupid.
Wait, what was that Office scene where Michael was like, we're going to have a 50-day plan to get Dunder Mifflin on track. 50 days, 50 points. And people are cheering, and they're like, wait, what? And then, like,
the CEO is like, "Wait, what's the plan?" He's like, "I don't know, but did you see how they were cheering?" It's just like completely bald.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah, so what's going on in Australia that's making it so much worse than everywhere else is a ultra high level of midwittery and the worst example of the sunk cost fallacy applied to politics I have ever even heard of. The problem is they went so hard, so fast at the beginning. They took so many human rights away so quickly that if they stop and admit for a second that they were wrong, the whole country's going to come down on them. Even the dumb fucks, if they admit that they overreacted, even the dumb fucks are going to turn around and fucking rip them a new one. Sunk cost? Is that what you said? Yes, Billy. They've done all this shit. They've spent trillions of dollars. All this money on the 50 million vaccines. One of which they don't administer anymore because it kills too many people. So all this money on that. All this money on these stupid things. All the money lost from the economy, like Qantas, our national airline carrier. $2 billion down the drain in a year.
Impressive.
Yep. Like, all these things. If they admit for a second that all of it was for nothing, they know that they're going to get crushed. Like, if they admit it next election, they're each and every one of them's gone. So they're never going to admit to it. That's why they're so committed to the zero COVID policy. That they, like everyone else, after like week 3, realized that zero COVID was a fucking stupid idea. But they committed to it for too quickly and for too long. And now, if they back down from it, the political backlash is going to wipe them out.
One would hope.
So they're going to keep going, and like every time you see the cases or deaths spike, they're like, oh shit. They might realize that what we're doing isn't working. And if what we're doing isn't working, there was no point in doing it. And if there was no point in doing it, we're the bad guys. So we've got to lock down harder because people are misbehaving and not doing as they're told.
God, yeah. Well, maybe we didn't lock down hard enough.
Oh, no. It's the lockdown rules would have worked if everyone had followed it. Because one person didn't follow the rules in a country of 27 million. We've got to lock down again. Or we've got to lock down harder. Because the masks work. Except they don't work unless everyone's wearing them. Despite the fact that 18 years ago in 2003, the government was fining anyone who said that masks would protect you from SARS.
Despite ...
Yeah.
No, that's too spicy for YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
But it's sunk cost plus fear of political backlash plus stupidity plus the general authoritarian bent of leftist politicians. It's absolutely fucking disgraceful. I need to get this cunt off my screen. Is there anything in news that it's what we can bring up so I don't have to stare at this stupid bitch? Here's some much happier news. Italian priests allegedly stole church funds for drugs and gay sex parties.
Oh, spicy.
Anyway, I don't care about the article. I just wanted to get that stupid cow off my screen. Because I want to do things that would get me into so much trouble.
Oh my god.
Anyway, Do you understand people's problems with Catholicism?
Yeah. Gosh, that man looks like a cretin.
He looks like what happens if that weird gay kid in school grows up sexually repressed.
Oh.
Yeah.
Huh. But fuck me sideways. Like, I thought Australia was a shit was going down was the toilet before 2020, but fuck me. I don't think anyone could have predicted this shit.
No.
Hey, at
Well, we
least
can think of one person who could have predicted it.
Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
I don't know. I really don't know if he said anything, if he predicted it would get this bad this fast. Like, I would have thought that if the world ended up as a totalitarian shithole, like, it'd be a slow progression. Like, you make things a little bit more totalitarian, let things cool off, then make it a little more totalitarian. Not just go, oh, everything's going along a bit shit, and then all of a sudden, fucking 1940s Germany.
Bring it like brown shirts, 1934.
1934.
They've already called Trump Hitler. What's the next level? Are they going to call him Satan? Actually, no. I don't know how the progressives feel about Satan right now.
They like him. Well, unironically they do, which is kind of sad.
Yep. Actually, here's a good article on equality. I saw this pop up, but equality is great until it isn't. All boys netball team face vulgar abuse after beating female rivals in Australia. So turns out that they got one team of boys and they just crushed all the opposition. Gee, I wonder why the people twice the size of the other people might have won.
Nah, I couldn't imagine. That sounds unheard of.
No, it's nothing. Trust me, it's nothing.
Definitely. Yeah, man.
What did they expect to happen? Well, they expected the boys to lose immediately because women are superior. It's fucking hilarious. Also pathetic. Oh dear. Honestly, this week has just fucking killed me. Like, between what I've been having to do, like, socially, which is taking care of someone who's had a stroke, the fucking shithole the country's becoming, just the general abortion that is my life. Anyway.
So many black pills. So many.
Yeah.
And that we're afraid of more black pills, frankly. Nobody wants black pills like the regressive left. Wait, I turned into Dave Rubin for a second. The regressive left is regressive.
Oh, God. You just couldn't imagine seeing this sort of stuff happen, though. It's strange.
Like, dead set. Like, when we saw what was going on in Hong Kong, we're like, we can never let this... The same people that are in favour of this shit that's been going on in Victoria. Up there fucking saying, oh, we can never allow this to happen in our countries. How dare they?
And we say no more.
Yep.
Sorry, I turned into David Hogg for a second.
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with the world?
A lot of things. A lot of things are wrong with the world.
Yeah.
Ever since we let the interdimensional vampires control us.
They're interdimensional vampires.
Interdimensional psychic vampires. They're ruining everything.
They, unironically.
Ironically.
I don't know.
Go back in time and stuff like this would be seen as insane and impossible, but nope.
Billy Blogs asks, is the Australian policy seriously zero COVID? Yes. Yes, it fucking is.
What the fuck does that even mean?
It means that we will stay locked down and the borders will stay closed until there is no COVID in Australia. And then we will keep our borders closed, putting returning travel... not allow people to enter or leave the country, despite what Section 13 of the Declaration of Human... Article 13 of the Declaration of Human Rights.
Despite ...
Yep. They are insane as possible. Yes. Yes, they are. And, like, legitimately, they will keep our borders closed until there is no COVID in the world. They've not admitted it, but that's what they're going to fucking do.
They don't give a shit about your rights. The government is taking over.
Exactly. I don't know where we go from here. Yeah, hermetically sealed Australia. Literally what they want to do. How are we going to get imports? Don't need those. The elites can come and go as they please. They don't care if we run out of food or resources or anything like that. As long as they're fine and they've got their offshore bank accounts.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. Just make sure you don't forget to let the brown people in.
Yeah, that'd be racist, you know.
Yeah.
Can't have that la racismus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how it ends up like this. Or how we even get out of this mess.
Oh, it's simple, you don't.
Yeah.
You can't escape.
Like, seriously, do we need to pay people smugglers gas out of Australia now?
Soon they will. And I can't wait to make money doing that.
Well, of course. Why would you not? Well, we know why.
Yeah. Yeah, and like Bus Van Deepen says, no wonder depression are going up when they put all of this shit. Yep. Country will go down the toilet. It's already down the toilet, mate. We're going down the fucking around the curve and into the sewer now. Here's hoping there's some giant rats that'll free us. Yeah, go to Mexico, sneak across the border. CCP China will take you over. Bit late. Government sold us out to China decades ago. Like, Chinese businesses own so much shit. And they're renting everything else. It's fucking abominable.
I swear, wasn't there a Chinese basketball team that was male, and I think they tried to go as against the women?
Yes, there
I'm
was.
not sure if this happened. Yeah, didn't they smash them?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. What the hell?
We covered it on one of our previous podcasts.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember which one.
One of these days, I need to clip those things.
That's so much footage. It's unreal.
That's kind of the problem.
Yeah.
Our short
4,
podcasts
6
are like
hours long.
3 hours long.
Yeah, the short ones.
Actually, I was watching a video from someone on like how to live stream. If you're only doing live stream content, you should only do one long 2-hour live stream a week.
Long? That's considered long?
I'm like, yeah, that's long. Yeah,
Get on my
that-
level.
And they're like, that's the only way you can be successful. Well,
Look out, Adam and Sitch. We're coming for you.
Previously, they were like, they were more spot on. That's like, oh, you need to know your audience, set it up in a way your audience wants, stream to your audience. Turns out our audience is insane and wants 6-hour live streams.
Yeah, we have an interesting audience. Dedicated.
Yeah.
Mad stuff.
Oh dear. Completely mad stuff.
We need to hit Adam and Sitch levels of long live stream.
Oh my god. That'd be fun to pull off.
It would, wouldn't it?
Literally, like at one point, we should just do it for the meme. But I don't know when that would be.
Do it for the Vine.
Oh, I remember that.
Meme review.
Okay. Okay. Bezek, how come the lamb from New Zealand, possibly Oz, is all halal? I didn't know it was. Presumably entirely by accident? I haven't heard anything about it. No, we don't really have a big Muslim population.
Really?
No. Ah, why come here when you can go to England?
Yeah, true.
Thank God America has like an ocean.
Yeah.
It keeps our politicians from fucking us quite as badly. There's still the Mexican border.
Yeah, like, most Americans have no idea how fucking lucky they are to have the Constitution and the amendments. No fucking clue.
Well, I don't really see how that applies to immigration, but
trust me, it does.
I do agree with you.
No, it doesn't necessarily apply to immigration, but like you were talking about politicians fucking you over.
Oh yeah.
Oh, holy fucking Jesus!
I like how Jordan Peterson words it. Well, you know, the American founding fathers were wise. They didn't try and create a perfect system. They tried to create a system that would keep some stupid son of a bitch like them from fucking it up.
Yeah, just
And it
minor.
mostly works.
Okay, let's have a look. Apparently, it is halal. Right, so what the fuck is going on? Australian beef and lamb are nature grazed and lamb, blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Cool, so they've told me that there's this whole website that has told me absolutely fuck all. Thanks, you useless pricks. Okay, let's see what the Muslims have to say about it. Okay. Apparently, we are pretty halal.
Do you know what Sharia is? I pray 5 times a day. That is Sharia. You guys have seen that video, right? It's classic.
No, I have not actually.
Might have been in Australia, actually.
I'll have to look into that. There's,
You guys in the chat, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Okay, so basically, because we kill our animals super ultra humanely, they're basically halal by accident. So fuck it, label them halal, sell them to the Muslims.
smart idea.
Pretty much. Stun them, kill them quick, make sure they don't suffer. And then someone, presumably at some point, someone turned around and went, "What are the halal requirements? Oh shit, we do that anyway." Stick a label on it, sell it to the Muslims.
Yes, profit.
Based capitalism to the rescue.
But wait, profit is theft, Sargon.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically, the animals are stunned, then immediately slaughtered.
Oh, that's lovely.
Halal means you cannot stun the animals. I don't know. The animals are fucking stunned and then halal, so. Anyway, don't care. Sounds like a Muslim problem.
It has to be. They have to be alive for it to be proper halal.
Yeah, they have to be alive. But and then it depends on your brand of Islam whether you can stun it or not, I believe. Yeah, here we go. Yes, the act of saying is reprehensible and should be avoided as much as possible. One should refer to the fatwas and articles on stunning for more information. Billy, MuslimVillage.com are the ones telling us about this. I'm not the one making the rules. It's the Islamic Coordinating Council of Victoria and the Supreme Islamic Council of Halal Meat are the ones making these rules. Well, Billy, the Muslims in Australia apparently disagree. Right here, Billy. It says that. Oh, fuck off with your ads.
It's the ads. The ads are taking over.
Yeah, they really are. Yeah, here we go. The findings of their research conclude that this voltage, when applied to the head, cannot cause the death of the animal and will not affect the halal status of the meat. Like, where was it? The main concern is whether the animal remains alive after this method of stunning. The two scholars have conducted research on electric stunning for sheep and have spoken to numerous experts in the field, including veterinarians and doctors. They even requested the sheep be stunned with the electric stunner and removed from the line in order to give it time to regain consciousness. The animal did regain consciousness within a few seconds. Billy, the Muslims are the ones saying that it's fine. Yeah, sure, Billy. They're lying.
What do they call that? Tequila?
Well, I don't care what the Muslims think as long as they pay market price.
They call it tequila, right?
Tequila, I think. Which is what Billy Blogs reckons they're doing.
Yeah. But that's also a weird thing where it's like, why would that be something they'd lie about?
Well, what? Yes.
Specifics of halal don't seem like something they'd like.
Here we go. SBS. Let's see what they have to say.
Quick, we must keep our fucking meat techniques from the infidels.
Yeah, right. So according to Dr. Mohammed Anas, the General Manager of Australian National Imams Council Halal Authority, the Islamic form of slaughtering animals or poultry, known as dabiha, involves killing through a cut to the jugular vein, carotid artery, and windpipe.
Loki, it's kind of funny that there's a halal authority.
Yeah. Oh, the slaughtering must be performed by Billy. The Peter won't. It's not about Peter. It's about the slaughtering that's done in Australia. Has to be done to Australian standards. We're not talking about how these losers do it in their shithole countries. We're talking about how it's done in Australia for export.
I mean, what's the distinction between Australia and shithole countries?
I'll be back in a minute.
The other level of Islam, apparently.
Okay.
Animal must be slaughtered by the use of a sharp tool made from iron or other materials.
Alright, guys, I gotta go. I'll see you around. Have a good stream.
Alright,
Adios.
catch you later, Anglo.
Shadilay.
Yeah, here we go. Animals are supposed to be conscious and not stunned when slaughtered. So yes, right about that, supposed to be. Nevertheless, laws in Australia forbid slaughtering the animal before stunning it, including chickens. As a result, scholars are permitted to stun the animal before butchering it in a non-lethal or fatal way to cause temporary loss of consciousness. In this case, that meat of stunned animals slaughtered in an Islamic method is considered to be halal, provided the animal didn't die before being butchered. Which is typical of Islam. How do we get around this rule? I will just say it doesn't matter.
How vibrant.
Yeah, so there we go. The Muslims won't stun them. But they'll eat them if they were stunned in Australia because, I don't know, magic Skyman reasons. Sounds like torture of animals, but okay. Yeah, probably. Okay, unless there's anything else that we should cover, might call it quits early at only 3.5 hours.
Are you tired? How late have you been up?
Well, it's 3:30 a.m., so
quite a while.
Yeah, I get up at a normal time, and then all of a sudden it's 3:30 a.m. Yeah. But I've exhausted myself just giving a shit about the mess.
It's the after show, because I totally would not be able to fucking get on if it was earlier your time.
Oh, fucking oath. Well, that's why we run at this hour. One of the reasons.
Shit.
But yeah, I'm mostly exhausted from just the absolute clusterfuck that Australia's been this week.
The absolute fucking stupidity.
Yeah, like being angry this much. Yeah.
We can end on a white pill. We can.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! This is good. This is good. Bezic, I'm gonna link it in the thing. Inner Sanctum.
Yeah.
We can get a good laugh on it.
Oh yes, this one. I think Lotus Eaters covered this yesterday, I think.
Did
AOC... No. I don't know if they did. Anyway, AOC slammed for crying after Iron Dome funded. Shedding tears that less Israelis are going to die.
Yeah, that's the thing. Isn't the Iron Dome an entirely defensive measure?
Yes. Oh, fuck, that's who it was that I was talking about. Tim Pool and his collection of almost correct people.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what they were talking about. Because, like,
guys, Tim Pool here. I'm going to talk about a new thing. Yeah, and so here's the news story in the first, 3 minutes, and then for the next 15 minutes, I'm going to rant about how the government is going to take over.
Or on the live show, I'll tell you all the information you need to know, and then me and some drugged up weird guy will talk about it, along with special guest Alex Jones.
Thanks for having me, Tim.
But, like, there's some reasonable arguments for not funding it, like, fund American shit first, but, yeah. Like, if you want to argue about it from a maybe we shouldn't spend any money overseas point, sure, but that's not what the stupid bitch is after. She just wants them to lose to Palestine.
Yeah. I mean...
Designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution and for the House that Mr. Lawson will
Yeah, it's
vote
obvious that...
nay.
Fucking crying!
On House Resolution 483 amendment.
Fucking crying that she isn't allowed to murder Jews. God, she's disgusting.
Oh, man. Love white pills.
Top responses online. Max Abrams, Professor. Her political loss, though theatrical, may well save Israeli and Palestinian lives. Ben Shapiro, crying over Israeli defending itself. Check. Crying over Haitian immigrants at the border. No check. WB, Tim Pool taught me great fence building skills. Yeah, you need a strong fence if you're going to sit on it like that.
Oh shit, she didn't even vote against it.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, she voted present.
She voted against it first, then after a brief huddle, changed her vote to present. You fucking daft bitch.
Oh, man.
Like, Harry Kakatrian. Yeah, that's been butchered. Not sure if she's faking for clap, but IOC is apparently crying over the US helping fund Israel's defensive anti-missile technology. Rich Lowry, is she crying over lacking the courage of her own convictions and voting present? Crying that we're providing funding for Israel to defend itself against rocket attacks? What? AOC tears on the House floor after the House passed a $1 billion funding for Israel Zion Dome. Marty Ankari, I hate being paid, but AOC is shedding tears that less Israelis are going to die. Let that sink in.
Well, is that why she's cheering? Of course it is. And that's terrifying. Well, we know that AOC is crying for that reason. But why is that?
Because she hates Jews?
Yeah.
Typical communist.
Tucker Carlsonisms are just too much fun.
Yeah. Can't believe they have to go to places like fucking Breitbart to get real news about my own fucking shithole country.
No, but Associated Press says Breitbart. Isn't that trustworthy?
Let's see. World.
I want to know why the Associated Press is like the gold standard.
They used to be. They used to be good, apparently.
Well, that's how they're treated, even in the modern day. They're like the
Yeah.
gold fucking standard for everything.
Who fucking knows?
Like, I remember seeing their obnoxious, like, fucking thing underneath every fucking video at the beginning of 2021.
Yeah.
The Associated Press has confirmed that Joe Biden is...
Yeah. Yeah, here's another article. Thousands defied the government's stay-at-home orders, demonstrate against the increasing authoritarian coronavirus restrictions in the Australian state Victoria. That's the fucking problem. Where it's already this bad, and yet they keep increasing the restrictions.
Yeah. They're terrible, frankly. Nobody, and I mean nobody, actually likes them. Okay. I mean, even Fox News, you look over at Fox News and, you know, frankly, they didn't stand up for me as vigorously as they should have.
Yeah. Absolutely embarrassing.
I thought it was nice to have a little white pill.
Here we go, the old article. Creepy Australian officials start using New World Order as a talking point. Oh, 2 of the senior medical officials said it. And of course, Joe Biden has banned officials from using horses to secure the border. I'm really sure that Texans are going to listen to that. Joe Biden berates mounted border officials. Those people will pay. Yeah, pretty sure Senator Chad is going to tell them to fuck right off.
It's so obvious that they don't want to do fucking anything to enforce the border.
Yeah.
Like, that's the annoying thing. They're like, oh, we're not in favor of open borders. And then they say that literally every attempt to enforce the border is, like, inhumane and racist.
Yeah, because it is.
But
definitely.
there's no, like, border enforcement mechanism that they would not complain about.
Oh yeah,
but
the
they're
fact
carrying
that the
on
country
like
exists is a problem.
that they're carrying on like, oh, they used horses to round them up at the border. That's cruel and inhumane. Meanwhile, complete fucking silence on Australia.
Yeah, and they made up some bullshit about them whipping them or something.
Really?
Yeah, completely ignoring the fact that those are clearly reins.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows what kind of bubble they're in, that they don't know what the fuck horse reins are.
That's kind of sad.
It is very sad. The fake news Democrats are just eternally and cosmically the saddest people on the planet.
Margie Nawaz has been on it. Yep, quarantine camps in Australia, of course. Forced facial recognition and geolocation scanning sent to government within 15 minutes of a text.
Ugh.
Legally accessing your data and taking control of your online accounts. And then impersonating you.
What? Holy shit.
Placing quarantine signs on people's front doors. Denying services and locking out the unvaccinated to protect the health service. Shooting dogs to show you they mean business. Having locked you in.
That's just so cartoonishly evil.
Yep. Like, if you were trying to, like, if you described a cartoon villain like this, that people would think your plot was shit. He killed dogs. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're like. Have any of you seen Kick-Ass 2?
No.
No.
Well, there's this scene where the villain, the motherfucker, like, I don't know, they're like beating the shit out of this guy and killing him, and then he has a dog, and one of his like, underlings is like, "Do you want me to kill the dog?" And he's like, "Jesus Christ, I'm not that evil."
Amazing.
Less evil than than Australian governments. So, having locked you in, built quarantine camps, insisted you scan your face and respond with your geolocation within 15 minutes of a text, assets your data, locked the unvaxxed out of services, and shot dogs to show you they mean it. Now Australia begins rations. Because while you're locked down, New South Wales Health will ration your alcohol deliveries.
That's just disgusting. Alcohol is a human right.
Yes.
No.
Joe, stop sniffing your classmate. It's a right.
Oh my god, imagine him doing that.
God, he's a freak.
If you want to have a biscuit, then you gotta pull yourself up by your biscuit straps.
Yeah.
The sound of just giving up.
Oh, fucking hell, man. Like, you wouldn't expect this sort of stuff.
Like, even it. Like, how badly do you have to fuck up for China to be like, that's a bit much, guys?
Yeah, man, don't do that. That's too far.
I've heard things about China that, frankly, are depressing. Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just fucking done.
It's kind of just... I don't
Sad.
know. Yeah, there's nothing else that can really be said apart from just, oh well.
Exactly. But yeah. At least AOC's a whiny bitch. Crying that there aren't enough dead
happy
Jews.
to have brought at least one white pill to this week.
Just the one.
Yeah.
Just one. How did you get there? I don't remember. But I had one beer.
One beer. Really fucking big beer.
Fantastic beer. You've never tasted a beer that was quite as refreshing, frankly.
Does it count as one
And
beer
it was
if you
made
just
in
scull the
good old
entire keg?
United States of America.
Yeah. Alright, it is 10 to 4 in the morning. Shall we wind it down for the next 10 minutes?
Yeah,
we'll make it a short stream, only 4 hours, Anglo.
Oh, yeah, that's very short.
Yeah.
That's like 30% shorter than most of our streams.
Oh my god. That's just kind of sad.
Yeah, you can see why I got behind on clipping shit.
Yeah.
Oh god, the fucking that first clip with the the humorous moments of the podcast was fucking amazing. And that is a slightly self-serving statement, given how many of those moments I was a part of.
Oh yeah, the highlights reel rather than the clip section. The highlights reel.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was absolutely brilliant, though.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. At least I finally stopped being an idiot and found out that there's a feature in YouTube's shit that I can at least mark segments. So when I finally get to the videos where I figured that shit out, it'll get easier.
Well, you say that. Nope. Fuck.
Yeah, basically.
Guys.
You say that, but are you gonna actually end up doing that?
Need to stop procrastinating. There's so much, they'll look at it and go, oh, too much effort. And then I keep putting it off, and then there's another one.
Stop, please. No more. It's too much.
Yep.
Too much effort.
Tell you what, I'm really proud of our audience. Even though the Lotus Eaters live event is on today, we've still got 10 people in here hanging out.
Damn.
I need to go to one of those things at one point. The problem is they're all in fucking Britain.
That is a bit of an issue, isn't it?
I need to get Carl to do an event with Alex Jones in Austin.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
It's been too long since they've done anything together. Like they went shooting once like years ago, but
yeah. Well, I'm sure they would have done something in the US by now, if you were actually allowed to travel.
Yeah. Yeah, well that's the catch.
Yep, the hard part. But it's one thing to say that you can't travel between countries, but to say you can't travel within your own country?
Fuck off.
It's utterly insane, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd go mental at that.
Absolutely bad shit.
Prime Note says AOC cries, Rhinos dies, Margot rise. Yes.
MAGA.
And once Trump's back in office, can he invade Australia and do some nation building?
Liberate.
Like, seriously.
No, we might lend him to you if he gets around to fixing all the shit over here.
Yeah, well. One thing's for sure, I won't have to find out on the internet if Trump ever gets back into office. I'll be able to hear the rees from here.
I'll just be like outside one day. I mean, assuming you're allowed to be outside that day. You'll just hear that one person like screaming at the sky.
It was like a million voices screamed out in stupidity and were suddenly silenced.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh dear. Okay. Old man needs to go to bed.
Right.
You'll die.
Yeah. So, yeah, that brings us to the end of my energy for the night, which means the end of the podcast because I can't afford to pay some bastard to do it for me. Like Carl. Lucky prick. So, yeah. Australia's gone to shit. AIC's a little whiny bitch who's lost out. So that's something fun. It has been an interesting stream, even without our regular guests, due to their shenanigans.
Yeah, Trim being on a fucking boat.
Fucking
We
Trim
need
on
him
his
back
boat.
online.
Yeah, get off the boat.
Back. Yeah.
What does he need sleep for anyway?
Doesn't.
Exactly. Sleep when
Not
you're
an
dead,
excuse.
Trim. So yeah, that is us for the night. Let's see what is interesting things are going on. Jonathan Crow is looking like he's going to reboot his YouTube career, doing some gaming shit. So that's going to be interesting. Yeah, we still have merch.
Yes.
I need a visa in any country I can get one in. Please, Gib. Other than that, yeah, thanks for joining me today, Anglo. Second.
Yeah, it's been good.
Yes, of course.
And
My
you guys in chat have been great as always. Thanks as well for joining us. We will see you next week, unless I come up with the motivation to do something useful during the week. Otherwise, same time, same place, same disaster. Shadilay, folks.
Hopefully more white pills.
God, I need white pills. Need an embassy-style evacuation with a Chinook from the roof of my house.
Chug the blue pills like Neo in fourth Matrix movie trailer.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see how this week goes. Hopefully it's white pills rather than black. So good night and Shadilay, folks.
Shadilay.
Shadilay.